Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council regular session, September 23rd, 2025. I would like to now call this meeting to order. You can watch this meeting on the city's YouTube channel or on Longmont's publicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. May we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Peck.
Here.
Councilmember Christ.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring.
Here.
Councilmember McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Popkin.
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Yarbrough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As a reminder to the public, in accordance with the council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the city of Longmont may speak during the first call public invited to be heard. And you must provide your address on the sign-up sheet before the meeting or I will not call on you. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you're asked to add your name to the speaker list for that specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak at final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. May I have a motion to approve the September 9th, 2025 minutes?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. Is there any discussion or comments? Seeing none, let's vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Are there any agenda revisions or submissions of documents by council? No, I'm sorry, no, you do have an agenda revision.
I do have a couple for you, Mayor.
Okay.
Under item 7A, the councilor or Commissioner Levy is coming from a meeting in Allen's Park and will arrive late. So I just wanted to alert the council and the public about that. So when she gets here, it's not likely she'll be here for special reports when we get there. So that item will be out of order. The other item for item 9C, regarding ordinance 2025-55 for developments adjacent to parks, greenways, and open space, there is a typographical error in that, and you have a paper copy at your desks. Line 19 on the first page, the correction is highlighted. It's a substitution of just a couple words there. And then lastly, Mayor, there's a request for item 12B, the continuation of the residents at Alta Vita riparian setback variance. If the council wanted to take that item out of order, augment the agenda at your discretion.
Thank you. I was actually going to do that right now.
Well,
So I'm going to augment the agenda to move up Alta Vita, that presentation to 10/28 instead of in November.
October 28th?
To October 28th.
Yeah, October 28th
Instead of September.
instead of.
It's September 28th.
the request
Just
by
a
the
moment, please.
applicant, I believe, is for a little more time to come back on October 28th instead of hearing the item tonight.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So we're moving it back, not up.
Right, further out, further down the
Further
road.
out,
Yes.
down the road.
Yes,
So the Alta Vita discussion will be on 10/28.
if council approves. So I believe you need to vote on that.
I move that we move the Alta Vita discussion to 10/28. Push it out.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilor Chris. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. I apologize to, I saw Mr. May in here, Macy, and, yep, and 10/28. Okay, we are going to move on then.
two of us have agenda revisions.
Okay. I'm going to go by the lowest number. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had been in discussion with some residents in the Ward 1 area, and I had heard that there was some conversation around different council members having, just kind of having some plans or ideas in mind around the registered sex offender licensing and policies and practices. And since we don't really have that opportunity to talk with more than one other council person due to open meetings laws, I would like to make a motion to add to one of our pre-session updates where we update council on other, our boards and commissions, but to add an agenda item where we can have that conversation of other council members sharing what they've all done and, yep, so that's my motion.
That's a good idea. I must say, though, that the next pre-session, I was going to have the minimum wage discussion as well as airport. So it would have to be in November, at which I will not be mayor.
And Mayor, I believe there is not a pre-session again until January. It's the October one and then November because of the holidays and the way those meetings fall. So it would take a while.
So I think that you should bring that up at the next council. It would be the next council that would decide upon that.
Okay.
Do you want to withdraw that or?
Well, I
Or
mean, I would like to
extend
have a discussion because I think, as then we look into January, then the state session's opening up. And at least there are things that I'm doing that involved activity from our state legislators, and I'd like to be able to have time to move things forward with them as well. So that's why I'm bringing it up sooner rather than later. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
All right, it's been seconded.
yeah.
It has been, Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring brought up that she would like to have an open meeting with the other counselors about the sex offender house.
Well, just policy, regulations, and licensing.
Okay, regulations and licensing. That was seconded by Counselor Christ.
Practices, yes.
Yes, discussion. Counselor Christ.
I just want to throw in that Councillor Popkin and I have been working on a letter. And so my motion, I'm not making it now, but was to submit that document so that everyone could take a look at it. And I think that might be a place to start in this discussion. We're really looking at something that happened in the legislative session on August 18th, where we talked with our legislators about some of the laws that are impacting having unrelated adults live together, and also other limiting factors on our home rule abilities. And also at that time we had a conversation about BHA and their licensing and oversight of that home. Since then, we've had an instance where there was a potential health concern.
I'm going to interrupt. We're not having
So
the
I know,
discussion tonight. And
Well, I'm discussing the motion.
you are?
Yeah. And so I think it's important to have this discussion. I'm just also signposting that there's some document that we've worked on that distilled all the information. Councillor Popkin did a really good job on that. So I'm not sure what our forum would be outside of a pre-session.
No,
But
that
I would
have
like
to
to go
be
ahead
discussed.
and do it. Okay. Next.
Counselor McCoy. Whoops.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So, in light of what Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring is bringing up, maybe there's benefit to having a special session in regards to this, so that this actually can be discussed openly, and so that, because I hate to put it off to another council that's like having to get themselves up to speed on something like this. Secondly, I think that's bad form. I also think it's really bad form to wait until January when when this whole situation came to us in February. It looks like the gears of government move slow, and particularly not in this case here. We moved relatively fast to get something in place, but it would, real or perceived, it's going to look like we are kicking it down the road, and I really don't think that's a wise move. I think it's better to either have a special Thursday session or some sort of thing like that that actually addresses this, because I don't think that we want to belabor this again with the neighborhood, further out. The resentment is going to grow, and I don't think that there's a benefit to that, to the community or council.
Councilor Popkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Peck. I basically wanted to echo everything that Councilmember McCoy said as well. And I don't know whether it's a pre-session, a study session, or a special meeting, what the right format is, but I think whichever format allows us to have a constructive discussion about this within the next couple of weeks, I think would be optimal here. I don't think we should be looking for a format that would push this off, certainly to another council.
Yeah. No, and I'm open if it's added to a study session, if that makes it easier for planning. I am open to switch that. I was just thinking if we could just tack it on to when we do our council updates, because those
Right.
conversations are more free-flowing.
And that totally makes sense. Just what's the next opportunity that we would have?
Yeah, I was
You
looking
know
at
what?
the calendar.
The city manager and I will discuss this at our meeting tomorrow morning and throw out some dates as to when we can do this.
Okay, then would we
All
need
right.
to vote on this now or just,
Yeah, we
Put
can
it.
vote on the motion, but I need
Okay.
to call on Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I believe this item has been discussed ad nauseum at this point, and I don't see that there's any change condition that the city council can act upon. So I'm not sure what the impetus or point of this is, besides one person who's been very vocal about such things as grandfathering, which has already been explained by a legal counsel, about how you cannot criminalize somebody after the fact passing this ordinance. So that explains that. As far as whatever speculation is made about a medical incident, people have medical incidents. That's allowed to happen. So we don't know the details behind that, and it seems that they don't either, as they've not enumerated any specific details about how a medical incident happening at a home is any different. There are rent control rules in the state of Colorado. Those haven't changed, right? It's not disallowed by law for a for-profit company to run a recovery home. None of those things, those are the facts that have been given to us by this person who's complaining, that are no different than the facts when we made our initial judgment on the ordinance that we did pass. So there doesn't seem to be any change condition for us to reconsider anything. So I will not be voting for this.
Okay, everybody has spoken, and Councilor Christ, I wanted to stop you before you got into this medical condition because we have HIPAA laws. It is none of our business and why someone went to the hospital. There's no way we can discuss that. So I'm a little confused as well. So
just to update, but yeah, it wasn't.
so let's vote on this. We have to vote against it. And that passes with myself and Councilor Rodriguez opposing. Thank you. Okay. Councilor Christ.
So I am requesting a submission of this letter that we've considered sending to our legislators. We would like it to be considered as the whole council sending it to our legislators. And Councilor Popkin has a copy of it, if he could submit that for everyone to read on the, in a very transparent way.
What's the motion?
Submission of document that, so that, okay.
We're not going to probably read that out loud right now, and you can submit that to Dawn, and she can send it to us, which is how. I'm a little confused. You want to submit it to legislators?
Ultimately, yes, but I would first like to submit it to all of council
Okay, just send it
as
to
an
Dawn. and
open
she'll-
record. Yeah.
She'll email it to us.
Okay. And then I have a second request, and this will be a motion to have staff bring back information regarding the city of Longmont signing on to the CML lawsuit regarding 2 of these home rule problems that we're having with House bills that have been passed. One of them being having 8 unrelated individuals living in a residential area. And I would just like more information from our legal department as to what is the lawsuit that is out there and what would our position be in regards to that lawsuit. And this was started by the city of North Glen through CML, and there are other cities that have signed on. Do I have a second?
Can you send that bill to everyone as well? Send it to,
It's a.
Well, I mean, that's not a motion for action either. They just-
Well, I would like staff to bring back information to the council.
can you give us the bill number or the letter number?
Isn't it HB 241007?
I don't know. That's why I want to
I'm in a
copy of it.
numbers game, so I tend to get them. And also, just to clarify, when we're talking about BHA, they have oversight over this home on Winding Drive. And so I'm just concerned that with oversight, they are overseeing if there is a health or safety issue there.
Okay, so I will second that, but restate it.
If staff, particularly legal staff, could bring back information to the council regarding the CML lawsuit pertaining to what I believe is House Bill 24-1007, referencing 8 unrelated individuals living in residential areas in, I think it's HB 24-1007.
Okay, I'll second that. Counselor, no.
Okay, we're done. They're looking.
All right,
stuff up.
I see no discussion. Let's vote. And that carries with Counselor Rodriguez opposing. Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, I also, Councilmember Popkin.
No, I was waiting for the other topics to wrap up. I have 2 motions that I'd like to propose here. First, I would like to make a motion to direct the city manager to develop a comprehensive approach for safely accommodating the growing use of e-bikes, e-micromobility, and other, quote, toy vehicles, as our code describes, in Longmont. This would include, but is not limited to, rules, code updates, incentives, enforcement strategies, signage, and/or educational programs. I'll explain in a moment, but I want to make the motion.
Right. So the motion was made by Councilor Popkin to direct staff to develop a comprehensive approach for safety accommodating the growing use of e-bikes, e-microbility, and other toy vehicles in Longmont. That was seconded by Councilor McCoy. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's
May I-
vote.
oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain a little bit more here. I've heard from many residents about this as an issue. I think many of us have. And for a few months now, we've been trying to get information on kind of what our code currently has and what we currently allow for, or how we can enforce that. And the short answer is not much. And so my intention here, look, I love my e-bike. I don't want to stop that, but we're going to have a growth in those in the country, in this state, if not the country. I think there's a projection, at least according to our transportation staff, that we might have over 150,000 e-bikes in the state by 2032. And so I want us to make sure we're prepared for that. I want us to make sure we have the appropriate infrastructure, programs, signage, and that we can safely accommodate that for a smoother and safer integration into Longmont. So in response to the concerns and the very real experiences I've had, that's my motion.
Great, let's vote. So that carries unanimously. It did not show up on my screen. So now I have some motions. I think he has another. Oh, you have two, that's right. Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So my second motion here really comes from my other hat as a liaison to the Airport Advisory Board. I'll make the motion, then I'll explain it. I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager to add a draft saturation pattern policy to the October 7th meeting with other airport-related items.
I'll second that.
And so then maybe I'll just briefly explain. In August, at the Airport Advisory Board's August 14th meeting, the board encouraged council to consider building off of an existing saturated pattern policy that's in existence in Rifle, Colorado at their airport. This policy prohibits touch-and-go landings when 5 or more aircraft are in the air traffic pattern. These are often local airfield specific. They're published in airport facility directors, NOTAMs, and other airport rules and guidance, and exist specifically for one purpose: to prevent collisions in the air and provide safety on the air, ground and in the air. This is listed as a strategy for airport managers in multiple safety advisories in the aviation space as well. And there are multiple airports that have varying degrees of saturated pattern policies. So following the input from the Airport Advisory Board, that is my motion.
Seeing no one else in the queue, let's vote. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now it's my turn. I make a motion. I have 3 that are not directing staff. They're just motions that I need to make to be voted on tonight. I make a motion to compensate the city manager at 101% of the market for his position, or $342,347, consistent with the city's philosophy on compensation. In addition, I move that we give the city manager 120 hours of additional vacation or the commensurate pay as exceptional pay. It's been seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Any discussion? I would like to say that before I call on Councilor Popkin, that our city manager is also the director of the Longmont Housing Authority. And if we would go out to market to hire somebody as a director, that would be probably $500,000, because it is a very specialized position, and that's what the market value is for that. So, Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I just wanted to ask a process question here. If we have discussion on this, does that happen at the time of the motion, or are you just adding this to the agenda for later?
No, I'm not adding it. I would like a motion now, and we discussed it in executive session, so we don't really need to discuss it.
Sure, I was just trying to understand because I saw it under general business, item 12C.
Oh, I'm sorry. I put that up. We can do it now.
Can we augment the?
Keep that in your heads, and I'll come back to it later. I put it in my notes as I was making notes this afternoon, going over the whole agenda. So then, my last one would be, it's my understanding that city staff is going to start the review process for our comp plan, Envision Longmont, in 2026. And I've heard from many residents throughout the 4 years of being mayor that the unintended consequences of Envision Longmont need to be changed. So therefore, I move to direct staff to appoint someone from the planning department to head an 8-member task force of residents and businesses to review Envision Longmont. Excuse me. And I had to move the voting thing. And suggest changes to the plan. I am not making an advisory board. They're just suggestions. So I've had a second from Councilor Christ, and I see people in the queue to discuss. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Having been actually on planning and development, or P&Z, back when Envision Longmont was coming through, I will say that there is robust opportunity for public engagement during the entire process. It's a multi-year process, and so I feel that this would be a redundant and not very useful allocation of time for our planning department, so I will not be voting for it.
Okay. Councilor Popkin.
Yeah, less of a comment, more of a question. Just could you explain a little bit more, Mayor Peck, of how you see this folding into a broader comp plan update?
I see it. I also talked to our chamber director who thought it would be a good idea to have some businesses. And my other thing with it, there would be no more than 4 residents, and I'm hoping that because we've heard from every part of this city about our Envision Longmont, that that we would, as the ward elected official, that you could nominate somebody from your ward, so there would be, and one of the at-large people would nominate somebody, so there would be 4 residents. I'm not talking about a huge opening it up to the public. I just want them to know that we're listening and that the unintended consequences that have been coming forth, I'm hearing all the time. Also for business owners, one from primary business, one from local, and one from a local developer, as to what they would want to see in Envision Longmont, just as suggestions going forward.
Yeah, so I appreciate the spirit of this. I'm trying to understand how this, like, is this the process to make updates? Is this
No.
a precursor to a broader
No.
process? Is this something entirely independent?
It's just suggestions going to whoever, the planning department. If this is what we've seen, we would like you to specifically look at this, not, and if, if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. I'm just making the motion.
Gotcha. Thank you. Can I ask a question to city manager for a second on this? So my understanding was that Envision Longmont or comprehensive plans generally have like a 10-year lifespan generally, plus or minus. Not a hard and fast rule, but that's generally the guidance in the planning space. We would be coming up on an update, like a fairly comprehensive plan update in the next year or two. Was that like,
Correct.
where does that sit in the process? I just want to be able to contextualize Mayor Peck's suggestion here.
Correct. I think that's what the mayor's talking about. I'm not entirely sure.
I want
What this piece is?
I want ideas before we go into that, instead of having the planning department and whoever else is doing this throw it out and say, this is our plan, what do you think? I would like input so that going into it, just like we're asking questions tonight on 9D,
Okay.
it's so they hear beforehand what the unintended consequences to our residents are, and is this something we want to incorporate in the plan before we come out with a huge marketing type discussion. And
Go ahead.
once again, I just want to give a voice before we dive into it to the residents. But if not, it's fine.
So if I can jump in, ultimately, this is a council policy decision on how you want to start the process. I think when we go through the updating process, it'll be very similar to how we went through the last one with going a lot of community meetings, interaction with the community at different events. So there's still a public-facing process
I
for the
agree.
entire community in an update that we would go through.
Okay. Councilor McCoy?
Thank you, Mayor Peck. You mentioned something in here like each member of each ward would be able to nominate person and I think around the issue of equity. If they did that, that would be fine. And then if you were willing to accept the concept of each at-large member nominate someone two, that would be 6, and then leave it to the mayor to select two individuals of their own choosing to this group, and that way you get your 8 that you're looking for. Is that something like that we can do?
Sure.
Is that something that we have to put in the discussion or a writing or the
If
motion?
that's what you would like to amend it to be.
I would like it to amend that.
Okay,
to be
accepted.
that.
Councilor Yarbrough? I'm rushing through this.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I appreciate the suggestion and the motion to review Envision Longmont. I know it's about time for that. However, I do think that we need to, I don't know about I understand where you're coming from as far as with the task force, but I do think the public really need to be a part of the beginning parts of it throughout. And I agree with Councilor McCoy about the equity piece, like how do we choose one person to be on that task force? That would be very challenging. And I understand you just bringing it up so we can get the juices flowing and get started and everything. But for me, I definitely want the community to be a part of it. However that may be, maybe we can, in our wards or whatever, hold some meetings within our wards and at large can participate in certain other areas as well. But I think it's important that the community be a part of creating this task force. And some community leaders, we have a lot of leaders in our wards that are out there hitting the ground running, doing things. So
Okay.
I think that's my perspective.
Thank you. Councilor Crest?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Actually, this harkens back to a discussion we had almost a year ago about planning for the Envision Longmont change and just having people who can highlight where they think changes need to be made so that we can kind of focus in that area. And so I think this is a clever way of doing that. So I very much support the idea.
Thank you. Let's vote. No, it's okay. Just vote. Just vote.
We're gonna miss you, Councilor Rodriguez. We're gonna miss you.
Not necessary.
Oh, we are. We are. Oh, wait, were we amending? Yeah. Was there something? Oh. No, it had not.
Councilmember McCoy suggested the appointment of one person from each ward, one person from each at-large, each at-large representative or council member.
And the mayor.
And I accepted it. So
So it's already.
it is in the amended, it is in the motion as amended to appoint to have every at-large person appoint someone, and then I'll choose from there.
It might be good to restate the composition of the task force, because I believe you mentioned some other community members,
Yes.
and that totals more than 8.
So, yes, so the motion was and is, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to take this long. To direct staff to appoint someone from the planning department to head an 8-member task force of residents and businesses to review Envision Longmont and suggest changes to the plan. Suggest, do not advise. 4 residents, 1 from each ward appointed by the counselor from that ward, and 1 appointed by at-large, but it would be 1 appointed by each at-large counselor. 4 business owners, 1 from a primary business, 1 from a local business, 1 from a local developer, and 1 from an entrepreneur. That does not need to be in the motion. That is just the discussion of the motion, if that makes sense. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Dawn,
What would you, I could put it in the motion, I don't know. I think for staff, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we'd appreciate the clarity around what the composition should be,
okay.
just so we get it, what you're
Yeah,
looking
I'm
for,
kinda-
Mayor.
I would like to put it in to send it to you, but I cannot. Okay.
Can you just direct staff to create a task force for right now?
No, because I want council to, the whole point is that we have, from all over the city, listened to residents about the unintended consequences of Envision Longmont since it's been created.
But you're only saying 8 residents, though. That's not representative of the whole city.
You know what? I'm going to withdraw this motion. The motion has been withdrawn. We'll move on. But the residents out there who've been complaining to me, I tried. I tried to get your voice in as fast as we could. So we are now at the city manager's report.
No report, Mayor, Council.
We have the special reports that we're going to put on hold until Commissioner Levy arrives. At this point, we're at first call, public invited to be heard, and Sherry Malloy is the first person. Remember that you have 3 minutes and we need your name and address.
Got it. Good evening, Mayor Peck, Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring, and councilor members. Sherry Malloy, 1632 Sherman Way, speaking to 9C. The original ordinance was intended to provide oversight by City Council to ensure our greenways, parks, and open space properties were properly protected from development, especially in the river corridor in urban areas where there'll be intensive development in the future. An example is the section of Boston Avenue running along the Greenway west of Pratt Parkway by Brews and Shoes. While it's now a dead end, the city has plans to extend Boston across the railroad tracks at Price to connect with the other side, thus creating a major thoroughway from Hover to Martin. If 9C is approved, City Council would not review conditional use applications for this section of Boston, nor would council be able to review conditional use applications for the area across the street from Dickens Farm open space on Boston. Who knows where else? Final approval of conditional use applications would be done by the Planning and Zoning Commission only. City Council should retain your power and have final review and approval of proposed development in these 3 city asset areas: greenways, parks, and open space adjacent to. Please reject the proposed ordinance amendment. I was also going to speak to 12B, but I will wait until October 28th for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Jamie Simo.
Jamie Simo, 517 Independence Drive. I'm here tonight to speak to item 9C. Item 9C would redefine the term adjacent to city-owned open space. The motive behind this change is to prevent City Council from having to review plans for developments that are separated from city-owned open space by a major thoroughfare. I agree developments should not be considered adjacent to open space if they are separated from open space by an existing major highway like 119. However, I'm concerned that City Council giving away their decision-making power could have unforeseen and potentially negative consequences for open space. Planning and zoning, which would be the deciding body for almost all development near open space if this ordinance passes, doesn't always view development with the same wide-angle lens as council, nor are they required to under city code. Longmont's Capital Improvement Plan, CIP, calls for connecting Boston Avenue, currently considered a minor arterial road, across the railroad tracks and intersecting with Price Road, which would make it an alternate route to get from Martin Street to Hover. It also states that Boston Avenue is the preferred local route for bus rapid transit, so this project will result in a huge uptick in traffic on this road. As shown in the CIP, the proposed new intersection with Price isn't very close to the Greenway or the St. Vrain, but the distance from the edge of current development to the edge of St. Vrain Creek in the area between South Pratt Parkway and the railroad tracks is. Due to being in place prior to current riparian setback standards, in some places it's much closer than 150 feet. I'm sure there will be a desire to redevelop this area when the Boston Street connection happens. Are you telling me that council doesn't want to review redevelopment that is within the 150-foot riparian buffer for St. Vrain Creek that would only be separated from the St. Vrain by a newly created major arterial road? Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Sheila Roberts.
Yeah, Sheila Roberts, 1220 Linden Street. Well, I'm back again, and I'm sure you've gotten some emails. Thank you to those who have responded. Unfortunately, most of the dialogue that I've had has been very uninformed and really empty and useless, frankly. To answer your question, or to raise what you raised, Councilmember Rodriguez, a house that's certified can hold as many people. The issue is how many registered sex offenders can live together at one time. So I'm here because you all don't seem to want to understand the real danger here. I'm usually cuddled up with my cat reading a good book, and I'll remind you that I'm a certified recovery home operator, a licensed realtor, a trauma survivor, and landlord to the a former landlord to the operator at 2200 Winding Drive. As far as an update, the house is certified. So there's a higher regulatory gap that I'm working on. What you all can do as a municipality is act on the bill, the House Bill, HB 24-1007. It specifically says that a municipality can limit the number of people in a house if it is a public safety risk. And this is obviously a public safety risk. There was a resident that was removed on a stretcher not this past weekend, but the weekend of September 13th and 14th. In contrast, I've been open 2.5 years. I've never had a medical emergency at my homes, ever. So this home has only been open for roughly 6 months, and it has already had this. Is it really a recovery home? I don't think it really is. To be a recovery home, it states that the primary purpose is recovery. This guy's primary purpose, and he told me himself, is to recruit people with sex offense charges because they cannot be housed most places. Landlords run from these people. Nobody will house them, and he knows it, and he is exploiting them. And you're helping. So you need to sleep on that. I wonder if maybe you like little kids. So this should be about safety.
That was uncalled for.
You know,
It was totally
we
uncalled
need
for.
some action, and I will not be silenced. So please don't tell me what is called for.
You need to be appropriate.
You know, this should be about safety, and all of you are liable when, not if, a kid in that neighborhood is hurt. And I represent over 40 neighbors, and you have just set the stage to repeat the cycle
Michael, turn on the microphone if you can do that. Find it.
Okay, is it on now?
It's Miguel.
Yes, Miguel.
Soweto.
1529 Frontier Street. That's where I live, and so here's where I'm at. I've been in silence for many, many years for the simple fact that when I did scream
Miguel,
out-
would you mind getting closer to the microphone so people can hear you?
So for many years, I've been quiet, and as a child, screamed out, and no one heard. So what I'm asking here now is, hear me out and protect us. You know, I understand those individuals need somewhere to go and to help themselves, but help us too to recover. I'm 44 years old, and I lived in darkness for 33 years. Starting at the age of 11 years old, I started using, so I won't be the person that I was living to know myself. So what this woman here is doing, Sheila Roberts, she does have a trauma sanctuary that does work. I come from the streets of East LA. I no longer live that type of lifestyle. I've changed my ways. Come to find out, I never had a drug problem. I was trauma due to the being molested and used as an object. So all I'm asking is for you guys to not just take action, but make a movement to make the city of Longmont safe, not just for everyone else, but for the newer generation that's coming up. If you notice, we do have a lot of parks here in Longmont that are very beautiful. So let's protect that. And not only that, let's protect our recovery here too as well, because here in the city of Longmont, you guys have a lot of that. There's a lot of support, and let's continue supporting the ones that are good for society, for the ones that are really wanting to. So yeah, protect me. Someone hear me out now. I would really appreciate that. And with that, thank you, and you guys have a good night.
Thank you, Miguel.
Yeah.
Gordon Pedro.
Mayor and City Council, Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. I have two short remarks on two agenda items, 9C and 12B. 12B has been postponed until 10/28, so I'll forget that one. Item 9C pertains to the review criteria for development adjacent to parks, greenways, and open space. The proposed amendment weakens the protections of these three categories of special lands in Longmont. I do not understand why, after one situation where council was burdened by hearing a conditional use case south of Highway 119, you are looking to change the definitions so quickly. With the exception of Highway 66, Highway 119, and Highway 287, all streets in Longmont are local. Collector streets are local, so are arterial streets. Why try to cut and dice definitions so that they mean nothing to the common person? Residents expect the City Council to engage in major decisions impacting parks, greenways, and open spaces. Residents have made it clear that these are important assets to protect, not hand them over to the Planning and Zoning Commission. It appears to me that this City Council directed amendment, combined with the Council directed distill toll open space land exchange points, to a reality that Council wants to weaken protections for parks, greenways, and open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Lance Whitaker.
Mayor and Council, my name is Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Been in Longmont for over 40 years now. I'd like to let you all know that tomorrow is World Dense Breast Awareness Day. So everybody make sure you check out your nipples and make sure you don't have any dense breasts going on. Tomorrow is also Women's Health and Wellness Day. National Punctuation Day, and National Cherries Jubilee Day. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Lance. Kathy Partridge.
Hello, I'm Kathy Partridge. I live at 2719 Denver Avenue, and I'd like to start by thanking Lance for noting Punctuation Day and that I'm a firm advocate of the Oxford comma. Really. I'm here tonight sort of as an opening act for the county commissioner to talk about ballot measure B1's Healthy Minds, Stronger Communities to fund mental health and substance use disorder programs throughout Boulder County. I'm here with two hats. And well, first I'd like to thank those of you who have had conversations with me and those of you who have already endorsed as individuals the ballot measure. There's plenty of room on the campaign website for further individual endorsements, but I'm hoping tonight that you will take it up as Longmont Council. I wanted to just say a little bit why. First of all, I'm a mental health advocate for well over a decade. I served with the SAM, or the Sustaining Action for Mental Health team here in Longmont. I was on the ARPA Funds Committee for the county on mental health, and I served every step of the way on the behavioral health roadmap as a citizen input person, not as an expert, but as somebody who is from the community. I feel the plan is solidly vetted, it's well designed, and it creates a continuum of care that we need at this time of incredible funding crisis as we see what's coming down from the federal government, cutbacks at the state, on top of existing crises. Finally, this will be a sustainable funding source. I wanted to talk just really quickly why it's so important for Longmont people. I'm a family leader with lived experience. I've gone through pretty much every mental health crisis that there is. I get a little teary, these were tough times. I want to speak out for the early intervention programs this will do. With your wonderful children, youth, and family staff, when I was involved with SAM, I saw the many programs and ways we're helping our kids avoid mental health crisis and deal with the stresses and anxiety in their lives. Early intervention is so important. Navigation, I was a mom with a kid in a substance use crisis, looking around Longmont trying to figure out where to go. It wasn't the urgent care. That's what I learned. Crisis response, watching a cop in a nearby city. I didn't watch it, but a cop put a boot on my daughter's neck, the George Floyd hold on my daughter's neck while she was having a mental health crisis here in our county. Treatment, so important, so costly. I saw my kids, let out of treatment before they were treated due to lack of money. And recovery, things like Recovery Cafe are so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve Altshuler.
Good evening. Good evening. Steve Altshuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. I've been becoming increasingly concerned with the high-density apartment buildings that are being constructed, the amount of traffic that comes from those, taking away 120-plus spaces on Kaufman, which makes it harder for businesses on Main to get customers to come and see them. So I was talking to a friend of mine that's been a traffic engineer all of his life, and these are some of his words. Input from the registered traffic engineer. You are 100% correct in your assessment of added traffic in accordance with higher density building construction. In my opinion, a related side effect that's actually worse has to do with parking. During my time as a neighborhood traffic engineer at the city of Irvine, I predicted that my #1 phone call topic from residents would shift from residential speeding to parking. I was right. By the end of my 16-plus years, more people complained about parking than anything else. In Irvine, Longmont may do the same thing. Developers were required to construct a certain percentage of affordable housing units within a residential development. With concomitant leniency in the parking code, which meant that the code required number of parking spaces could be reduced for affordable housing. Like people who live in lower income homes don't drive and don't have visitors. Are they kidding? If those high-rise developments are residential in nature, people have no clue how bad the parking situation can become, especially exacerbated by the stupid affordable housing parking waivers. Developers lobby really hard for reduced parking supply requirements because that allows them to shoehorn in more residential units, thus boosting profit. Thus, there's never enough on-site parking. Trust me, the neighbors will hate it when they see parked cars overflowing onto their streets. Aside from the eyesore, street parking creates sight distance problems, litter, and gets in the way of regular street sweeping. A common call I got was from residents in the detached housing, less dense neighborhood, complaining about overflow from the adjacent condos, more dense. There was nothing I could do to stop it short of posting a general parking restriction for a given street segment. Residents wanted a permit parking district, but the council was totally opposed to that. Plus, it's a nightmare of red tape, and do you charge the residents for it? I looked up the parking codes for Longmont and made a screenshot of the section. What's surprising me is that the code calls out maximum spaces required, which is either foolhardy or a misprint. The code should indicate minimum as a requirement, and anything above that would be gravy. I'll read more next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I see that Commissioner Levy has just entered the room. So we'll now, if she's ready, we can go on to her, the presentation for the proposed mental health tax. Are you, Commissioner, do you want to wait a few minutes? It looks like you just barely taking off your coat. So there's no one else in the queue for public comment. So I will close first call public invited to be heard, and welcome Commissioner Levy.
Yeah, thank you for making time for me. And I should say that I've just come from a town hall meeting in Allen's Park, so I'm having to switch tracks kind of quickly. Mayor Peck was kind enough to make time for me to come and share with you the Boulder County's plans to ask the voters on the November ballot this year, ballot issue 1B, to increase the countywide sales tax by 0.15% to fund mental health services and substance use services as well. This tax, as it's been proposed and what will be on the ballot, will be in effect for 3 years. The projections are that it will raise $13.8 million in the first year. We're not expecting much of an increase in subsequent years because our sales tax collections have been flat. But we're looking at about $13.8 million that this will raise. What we're planning to do is distribute these funds in 5 different areas, starting with navigation services so that people will know if they don't know how to access services, they can call a number at Boulder County and they can be connected with a person who can help them find the services that they need. We have staff that are doing this job, but they're being paid for out of ARPA funds. Our staff are all fully bilingual, and so they're able to handle calls both in English and Spanish. So we would continue to have these navigation services. These funds would fund as well crisis intervention and response, and this would be walk-in services or mobile crisis response. It would fund prevention services. And that, as we're currently doing it again with ARPA money, is being directed to St. Vrain Valley Schools and Boulder Valley School District, both of those to have mental health counselors in the schools, and that's where we feel we can really have the greatest effect with prevention is in young people who may be at risk of developing a mental illness or at risk of developing a substance use disorder. And then moving on kind of along a spectrum is treatment, so funding for additional treatment options, and these would be services provided by a variety of providers in Boulder County, and then recovery supports. And I can provide more information about the kind of treatment, the kind of recovery that would be funded with these funds, and how we're going to distribute them. I'm really unsure as to how much time you wanted me to take, or whether you just wanted me to be available to answer questions. I will just say a little bit more about how we're proposing to distribute the funds, and that is that, with the exception of the navigation and the crisis response that Boulder County is currently providing with our own staff funded with ARPA money, the balance of the funds, and that would be over $11 million, would be distributed to community-based nonprofit organizations. And so, think of Clinica Family Health, which now has been merged with Mental Health Partners, Salud Family Health, Rocky Mountain Equality has brought on navigation and case management services to serve LGBTQ population. We have, I just lost my train of thought on who else we're funding, the schools, which I mentioned before, and a number of other community-based organizations that, I know what I wanted to mention is Hope for Longmont, the homeless service provider here in Longmont, as well as All Roads in Boulder, that are doing a lot of work with case management and with clinicians to help people who are ready to be housed or who have recently become housed, and allow them to maintain that housing. So there's kind of a suite of services that our staff have identified as being necessary, and this identification came following a 2-year process that resulted in the Behavioral Health Roadmap, and then an additional 18-month process after that to refine that into a strategic implementation plan. So those are the outlines of the proposal. It's ballot issue 1B, and we're getting great support in the community. The Longmont Foundation has endorsed it, and a number of the nonprofit providers here in Longmont, Recovery Cafe, has endorsed it, and so we'd love to get the support of Longmont City Council, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I see that Councillor McCoy has a question.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Claire, really appreciate everything you're doing with this. I mean, it couldn't come at a more timely moment with what we're seeing at the national level, and some of the conversations around mental health and homelessness and other and the unhoused. And I really do appreciate and value what you're doing here, and so thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I could have come and made a PowerPoint presentation on need, but I feel like this is a very, very well-informed audience and doesn't need that background.
Councillor, Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Fehring.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't deny that there is a need, and it just, as time goes on, it seems to get worse. So, look, it was 13.8 million, with approximately 2 million going towards navigation services and crisis intervention or crisis response. That's through our Boulder County, correct?
That's correct.
And then the $11 million, would that, I'm curious to know, as far as admin cost, is that $11 million or approximate amount going directly to nonprofits, or is there going to be some administrative costs in there? I mean, that is something that is a concern to me, as well as several residents that I spoke with. So just kind of clearing that piece.
No, that's a great question. I don't have a figure for that admin. I mean, I think it's going to be a one FTE.
Okay.
At most 1.5. I don't know what that number is, but it's going to be quite minimal, because we're going to, we'll be putting this money out in the form of directed grants and some competitive grants, but but we're not going to be staffing up
Yeah,
in Boulder
so
County.
For me, my concern was I want to make sure that the people who need this are actually receiving this and the full amount.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you very much. I think that was all I had right now.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay.
Counselor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you for joining us, Commissioner. Could you, since you offered, could you share a little bit more about the distribution and the programs that this is intended to fund, particularly for the general public who might be hearing this for the first time?
Yeah. So I talked a little bit about the navigation, which is the Wellmine Connect, which is what Boulder County is currently operating, and then CAT, which is our community assessment team. I think it's team. Yeah. So I talked about that a little bit, and then the prevention work through the schools and Rise against suicide, which is also a prevention service. In the treatment area, both Salud and Clinica are doing really wonderful work on co-locating mental health and physical health, so that if you come in and they screen you for depression, instead of saying, oh, you need to go over here and see somebody else, they can see you right there on site. So more of that. We're also seeing very obviously and very unfortunately and tragically quite an increase in people with serious mental illness in Boulder County, and that's for a variety of reasons. Some of it, is just an organic brain issue, but some of it is the byproduct of addiction and some of the dangerous substances that are around. And so again, it could fund addiction treatment services. Clinica is opening a new facility in Louisville that will have a pretty high level addiction treatment services. And then, of course, I'm not really familiar with Longmont United and what they offer in terms of mental health care, but Boulder Community Health offers inpatient. We would not directly fund inpatient beds, but what we would be funding and seeking providers for is the step-down services when people have been stabilized.
Can you explain what that means a little bit more?
Yeah. So you may go to the hospital, in a crisis, some sort of acute state of a mental health crisis of some sort, and become stabilized while you're in the hospital. But then the question is, well, what happens then? They can't, for a number of reasons, one of which is insurance, but another of which is that it's just not a place for recovery. You would be released to services that they call them step down, but it's less than hospitalization. So it might be something that's called partial hospitalization, which is where you're not in a hospital bed, but you're in an environment in which you're getting very intensive services. It could be.
So it's both the acute moments and the longer term, the
so
follow through of that.
It's the follow through. It's so that you don't just get released and then cycle right on back, and that kind of then morphs into the recovery phase of things, where some of it might be just ongoing peer support, depending on what the issue is, but recovery can also entail perhaps a residential environment. Such as what we have in Boulder, which is Tribe Recovery Home, and then we have a facility, a fourplex here in Longmont that we're seeking providers to work to provide services here in Longmont. So, so that's a little bit more about what those recovery and treatment services would be.
Great, thank you. And then you had mentioned that this is a 3-year ballot measure for 3 years of funding, correct? Could you explain more for the general public's understanding, like why just 3 years?
Right, because we're not going to solve mental health in 3 years.
I mean, if we could, it would be great.
Yeah,
right?
No, 3 years was, it was where the proposal was originally 15 years, and there was a sense that we really needed to put some funds out, see how we're able to use them, see what kind of results we're able to get, do a little more work in the community to identify the gaps and maybe a priority population that might need to be served. So I think there was a sense that this is such a new thing for Boulder County to do, for any county to do, that 3 years was a good period in which to deploy the funds, do some data gathering, do some more outreach, and then come back to the community and ask for an extension.
So would it be fair to say this is intended to basically fund some near-term acute gaps, or provide some near-term services, and then also kind of use this to learn how we could design a program that serves even more and more thoughtfully beyond that?
Yeah, I'm not going to completely go along with that.
Please correct me. Yeah.
So in part, the near term would be the ARPA cliff. That, you know, we've provided some services that's going well. We're really seeing great results, and we want to continue that. That in total is about $3.5 million of it. But we're actually, you know, we will be funding services that we hope to be able to fund over the long term. So it's not just to fund some near-term gaps. It is to get started on what we hope to do over the long term.
And when you say ARPA cliff, for the people who don't necessarily always live in the federal acronyms, that's the American Rescue Plan Act,
Yes.
correct? Yes.
Yeah. And that was the COVID response, and those were finite funds that have to be spent by December 31st, 2026.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
So this will be on people's ballots that are mailed to them coming for this election cycle,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Great. And if people wanted more information on like what to build on what you were just sharing, where could they find that?
We have a website. Thank you very much. I didn't write these questions. A website. It's called healthymindsstrongercommunity.org.
Great.
And there are fact sheets. There's a list of endorsements, all kinds of information about services, about how the funds will be spent.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, right now the county tax is 0.85%. Is that right? So we would be going up to.
If you say so, I don't have that. I have it in my backpack.
Okay.
It'll go up 0.15.
Okay. So a full 1% then. Okay, I've been filling in my questions here as other councilors have asked, so thank you. How many cities will end up benefiting from this tax? I mean, give us a concept of how big the county is and how many cities would benefit from this.
Well, we expect everybody in Boulder County who needs services will be able to benefit from it. So, you know, services are distributed throughout the county. We don't necessarily control where those services are, but we have nonprofit organizations that are supporting this that would potentially be service providers that are located all throughout the county. Certainly here in Longmont, there are a lot of very, very good organizations that are doing excellent work that could do more if they had more funding. Same with City of Boulder. I mentioned Louisville, Mental Health Partners' new facility that they'll be opening. Expectation is sometime in November in Louisville. And, you know, it's a little sparser in farther east county, just, you know, smaller communities and providers haven't located there, but the services will be available to everyone and
through the county.
Yeah, throughout the county.
Will there be some kind of rubric to decide who gets funding?
Our staff is working right now, and I will have a proposal on Friday on how they're going to design that distribution process. We're planning to have an advisory council made up of people with lived experience, treatment providers, professionals, representatives from communities. We've had on the working group that developed the implementation plan, we've had very good representation from Longmont on that. So we would continue to have community representation on this advisory council that would be able to, over the long term, I mean, the hope is to continue this and be able to look at changing needs that might be arising, new providers. So that would, the input would come through that process, mostly, I think. Let me know if I did not answer your question. I may not have answered it.
No, I think I'm asking kind of a big picture question, because you mentioned that about 3.5 million is what Boulder County is currently offering through the county. And so I'm wondering about the other 10 million, and I guess maybe 2 you said would go into navigation, so another 8 million. And would that go according to how many service providers you have or how many clients you have? I'm just wondering about.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I
equity
understand.
and
Yeah.
Yeah,
I understand now. And just to go back to the numbers, the 3.5 million would be what it would take to continue funding the services that we're funding right now.
Right, to replace the ARPA that will be going away.
Including the navigation. So that
Okay.
includes the navigation and the crisis response. And then the balance of that we distributed through what we were calling equitable access grants, where we were trying to provide access to mental health services to members of the community that have been underserved. So that 3.5 million is inclusive of the navigation. So then the balance, it's not going to be a formula for distribution, except to the extent that we have these 5 service areas that we've identified: the navigation, crisis response, prevention, treatment, and recovery. And so we would be distributing the funds in those 5 service areas, really based on the cost of services. It's not a formula that would be a per capita. We will be collecting data based on the number of people that have been served and the outcomes that they're seeing. But I don't, I can't. You might be thinking about the way the affordable and attainable housing tax funds are distributed. That's per capita to the different communities, but this is more where we're just looking at the menu of providers that we have, and who can we fund that will provide these services to this population that we're seeking to serve.
Okay. So I think I'm hearing you say that you want to fill some gaps, and that means where there isn't service currently or where service could be extended to populations that aren't being served. And I noticed that you also mentioned schools, counselors in schools. So does that mean schools that don't currently have mental health counselors?
Well, we would provide the funding to the school district, and the school district would determine how they're going to distribute it.
Okay, so they would decide.
Yeah.
But maybe with the same eye in mind of, we have this gap here.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And then the other sorts of gaps that I might have referred to, there are services that simply aren't being provided right now, or where we're concerned about a loss of funds, or in the future. And Bluebird is an example of that, where you've got some short-term funding for the supportive services that help this population keep their housing. There's not a source of funding for that over the long term. The similar Bluebird project in Boulder is in the same situation, just a little bit farther out than Zinnia. And so these funds could be really crucial to maintaining the supportive services for these permanent supportive housing projects, as well as for housing previously unhoused people who they may not be in one of the PSH projects, the permanent supportive housing projects, but they may still need those supportive services in order to be successfully housed.
I just have one other question. It's kind of in my arena. So if your sales tax is flat, which is something that many cities are experiencing, are you concerned that raising the sales tax is going to make that flatter or dip down? Are you going to find yourself in a sales tax loss position? Or have you considered or done any studies around that?
No, that's not what our Office of Financial Management is forecasting.
Okay. But
Yeah.
they're considering that it's going to stay flat.
This is based on the rate of collections to date. Well, it lags by 2 months, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the questions.
Okay, thank you. And I see no one else in the queue, so I have a couple. In the bill, it says that the money will be available to governmental entities. What exactly does that mean?
That was a reference. I don't know exactly which paragraph that's in, but that would be the school districts.
So we are a governmental entity, and we contract, correct me if I'm wrong, Harold, with mental health partners, etc. I heard that you're going to be funding Bluebird. Would you also be funding Xenia and the suites?
Yeah, no, let me just be clear. These are among the things we could fund. I am not in a position as one county commissioner to make any commitments on what we actually will fund, but these are the kinds of services that this tax can fund. And yes, I believe I mentioned Xenia earlier, that Xenia and Bluebird and case management and supportive services for, in the mental health and substance use area. Yeah.
And I stated that wrong also. What I meant, because we are a governmental entity, that we can apply for funds through the grant program for our wraparound services as well.
Mayor Peck, that is actually not really what's contemplated. We're not contemplating funding other governmental entities to provide services that they may fund. We're wanting to fund treatment, community-based organizations that provide services, service providers. So we are not, Boulder County currently provides funding for mental health partners out of our general fund. We would not replace those general funds with these tax monies. And we would not be looking to use these funds to allow other governmental entities to provide services. We want to fund the service providers themselves.
But there are governmental entities within the county that do provide the services. For example, our city council has put money into a mental health fund so that we can fund services that we need. If we, as a governmental entity, as it states in your bill, if we needed money to backfill what we can put into it for Xenia, for the suites, for Hope, we as a governmental entity are not allowed to apply for those funds because we do fund, this city does fund mental health.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you're not allowed, because we will be adopting a plan for distribution. So currently there's not you're allowed or you're not allowed, but your example of funding Xenia, funding other services, Hope, we would grant the funds directly to, I believe it's All Roads that is the service provider at Xenia. We would grant the funds directly to All Roads, or we would grant the funds directly to Hope. We would not be, I don't believe, using these funds to supplement Longmont's budget. We are really trying to aim at the service providers themselves.
That's not explained in the bill, and that's what bothers me about this bill, that the plan for the funds are not really there. The strategy isn't there. When I had talked to you previously, when we had coffee, and I asked, is this going to be a grant process? You told me no. So at what point did this become a grant process? And that's what I get concerned about a little bit, is that you're in control of the funds, and you get to decide what, and just going back to the housing tax that we as a county passed, a large amount of that went to administrative costs, and that bothers me a lot. So that's why I'm trying to dig down on exactly who is going to decide where these funds to go, because you put a lot in the bill of everything that you're going to fund, but I don't see and hear a plan, and that's what is very concerning to me. It's a lot of money. We need it. I just want to make sure that the bill states what you're actually going to do with it.
Yeah, I'm sorry that there's confusion there. When you and I spoke on the phone.
No, we had coffee.
We did not have coffee. I'm sorry, but we talked on the phone.
Okay.
But I'm sure I said that we were going to provide those funds in grants, because that's been the plan. Other than the two services that Boulder County provides directly, the balance of the funds and the administrative staff that will do the grant program, the plan has been to grant the money out.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that.
Well, yeah,
and
that's no problem.
This comes from our staff. They want to know how you're going to ensure equitable access to these funds in a way that's responsive to the needs of each municipality and township.
Yeah, and that's that advisory council that I mentioned, where we'll have representation from the communities on that council, as well as people with lived experience and service providers.
Okay. And we have, and this is my part about the governmental entities, is that we have core, lead, rewind. These are all entities within our city that we fund. And as every city is flat on their funding, that I still keep coming back to the governmental entities and the equity around being able to fund what really works in our city through a grant process. And I do like the grant process, which is why I asked, because you have to explain what the money was used for in a grant process, and rather than just have somebody apply and get it. So I do want you to do the grant process. But I am very nervous that I don't see a huge strategy or plan behind the bill. Just a lot of
I think
services.
we've been as detailed as we felt we could be in, I think you're referring to Resolution 2025-038. We've been as explicit as we could be in the resolution, which is not, it's not a detailed plan, because that's just not the way we would structure a resolution. That was a resolution to say, here is some needs, and here is generally how we want to spend the money. But then, our staff is going to be presenting to us a much more detailed plan for the first year, the second year, the third year of funding. That plan will include an evaluation process, a lot more detail that we would put in that kind of plan, as opposed to a resolution to refer the measure to the ballot.
And when did you say that plan would be available? Did I hear you say Friday you were going to?
Well, our staff is working on it. I will see a draft of it on Friday. I don't have dates when the commissioners will be seeing it, probably not till after the election, because, we don't know whether we'll even have funds to spend. But after the election, we'll have a presentation on it. I'm requesting that part of that plan include a public hearing before the 1st of January, so that it would be a public hearing. We'd take testimony and input on that plan before we decide for sure whether to adopt it.
And I would like to have seen that plan before voting, because that's what I'm really concerned about, is what is your plan?
Yeah.
For these dollars.
Yeah,
So-
well, I think I sent you, Mayor Peck, the strategic implementation plan, which had a lot of that detail in it, but it's, without money to spend, our staff wasn't authorized to do the kind of really detailed work that you're requesting. So the strategic plan, which I sent you, the behavioral health roadmap, which I also sent you, has a lot of that kind of
Okay.
information.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank
Are
you.
there any other questions? Okay. Do we, should we ever make a motion? This is mainly just information. So, thank you very much.
Thanks for giving me the time, and thanks for your questions.
You're welcome.
I think we'll give her time to process before we make a motion.
Okay, we're going to move on in our agenda to our, do we need a break? A bio break? Sure. She says yes. So let's take a few minutes for a break.
No, I'm just saying it's supposed to be oversight.
Our 5 minutes and break are up.
We don't even know about
So we are now going to go on to our consent agenda. Dawn, would you mind reading consent agenda into the record?
Not at all, Mayor. The second reading and public hearing for all ordinances introduced on this consent agenda will be held on October 14th, 2025, except for item 9A, ordinance 2025-53, regarding electric rates and regulations, which will have a public hearing on October 28th, 2025. Item 9A is ordinance 2025-53, a bill for an ordinance amending chapters 14.20 and 14.32 of the Longmont Municipal Code on rates and regulations governing electric service. Item 9B is ordinance 2025-54, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of one LPC easement, one access sanitary sewer and fire hydrant easement, and one access water and sanitary sewer easement located within the boundary of the Highlands at Fox Hill Minor Subdivision Plat. 9C is ordinance 2025-55, a bill for an ordinance amending section 15.04.030 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning review criteria for developments adjacent to parks, greenways, and open space. And this is the ordinance that you have in paper copy with the correction at your desks. Item 9D are 5 ordinances for 6 land use applications to guide the long-term transition of the 209-acre Irwin Thomas property from active gravel mining to urban development. Item 9D1 is ordinance 2025-56, a bill for an ordinance approving the Irwin Thomas Envision Land Use Amendment and level of service considerations at 2 intersections of Ken Pratt Boulevard and conditionally approving the Irwin Thomas Concept Plan Amendment. 9D2 is ordinance 2025-57, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the rezoning of those parts of the southwest and southeast quarters, section 11, Irwin Thomas Development, and changing the zoning from planned urban development PUD to mixed-use corridor MUC and residential mixed neighborhood R-MN. 9D3 is ordinance 2025-58, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the rezoning of those parts of land in the east half of section 11, Irwin Thomas Development, and changing the zoning from planned unit development PUD to residential single-family R-SF and residential mixed neighborhood R-MN. 9D4 is ordinance 2025-59, bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the Irwin Thomas gravel mining final PUD plan, amendment number 3. Item 9D5 is ordinance 2025-60, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the Irwin Thomas gravel mining final PUD plan, amendment number 4. And item 9E is resolution 2025-53, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Longmont Downtown Development Authority for parking management at Safety and Justice Center parking structure.
Thank you. And I am going to pull 9D, and Barbara Brunk has graciously said that she would give us a short presentation or a long presentation, whatever it takes, because this is quite an intense ordinance here. So thank you. Do councilors want to pull any other? Councilor Popkin.
Thank you. I'll pull 9C.
Okay. Are there any others? Would you, Councilor Christ?
I would like to pull 9A.
Okay, so we have pulled, I will move the consent agenda minus 9A, minus 9C, and 9D for a presentation, which we can do immediately because you've been sitting here a while. So do I have a second? Second. It's been seconded by Councilor Christ. Let's vote to pass the consent agenda minus A, B, A, C, and D. Let's vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously, and I am going to augment the agenda to ask Barbara Brunk to please come up and walk us through this Heavy ordinance. I just augmented it. Can I have a vote, a second to augment this agenda?
I'll second.
And it's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. We're augmenting the agenda so that we can have the presentation from Barbara Brunk on 9D immediately rather than waiting until after the second reading items. Let's vote. That passed.
No.
Did we vote on that?
No, we didn't vote.
Can you raise your hands, please?
And that passes unanimously. I talked to Harold about this at about 5 o'clock tonight. Sorry, you don't. So that passed 6-1 with Councilor Rodriguez opposing.
Sure.
Well, you didn't vote.
No, that's not,
We don't abstain.
well, it wasn't a negative vote either.
Ready?
Okay,
Okay, we're done arguing. You can go.
Mayor Peck, Council.
Thank you.
Barb Brunk, Resource Conservation Partners, P.O. Box 1522, Longmont, Colorado, here on behalf of Diamond G Concrete Company. These are a complicated set of land use applications. I have the slides that we used when we went to Planning Commission, and I'm just going to flip to the comparison ones so you can
Perfect.
kind of see the big picture, if that would be okay.
That would be perfect.
So this is where we are in the world, the Irwin-Thomas annexation number 1, and that was annexed in 2017, and it included gravel mining, PUD, as part of the application process. So when it was annexed, it was zone planning and development to allow recovery of the resource. The portion of the Irwin-Thomas annexation number 1 that's changing is this area in the yellow here. And that, you can see the gravel mining is moving along. There's 2 ponds that are lined, there's backfill that's happening, and so the purpose of these applications is to position the property to transition from gravel mining to development within the city of Longmont. And the reason they're in phases is because the mining will be completed in phases. And so the goal is to prepare the piece closest to Harvest Moon first and the rest of the property second. So there's 2 sets of zoning ordinance, 2 sets of PUD amendments. That is because of that. The overarching documents that will govern moving forward is an amendment to the concept plan that allows for that phased development as the mining is completed, an Envision Longmont land use amendment that changes the land use on the ground to comply with the end use as the property is mined and reclaimed. And then there's 2 rezonings and 2 FDP amendments for the gravel mining. So this is the existing Envision Longmont land use plan. So you can see where the Costco is on the west side of Harvest Moon. The house pad is there. There's the rest of the mixed neighborhood. There's a big single-family area, and then there's some mixed-use corridor along the highway. So this is the difference of changing the PUD of the Envision Longmont. So the left piece is what's there now. The piece on the right is what it's going to be changed to. And basically, it just reconfigures the existing land uses. So we're not adding different land use to the neighborhood. We're changing the shape of the existing land uses so that they can be developed consistent with what's happening on the ground. So you'll see on the existing land use plan, it's a combination of mixed neighborhood, mixed use, and single family. On the other side, nothing is changing under Costco and where the house pad project is and where the other applications are going forward south of Bountiful. All of the changes are on the east side of Harvest Moon Drive. And so there's a piece up against the corridor which has been reconfigured to line up with the access points that go in and out of Costco, so it makes more sense in the world. And then the mixed neighborhood has gotten bigger, so there's an opportunity to bring that affordable housing project across the street over if it works. And so the plan is to make a place for another affordable, attainable kind of project on the other side of Harvest Moon Drive. And the way it's configured now, there's not enough area of mixed neighborhood to allow that to happen. So that's why we need to amend the comp plan to make a bigger area. So we have a bigger mix of uses on the east side of Harvest Moon Drive. Again,
We just kind of talked this through. If you have specific questions, but the goal of it is to reconfigure it so it can work.
Okay.
That's why we need a land use amendment. Okay, and then the concept plan amendment is to, again, step it up so that we're consistent with that. So the existing concept plan says end use, mining, reclamation. And so there's three kind of pieces of it. We're adding 2 phases to the concept plan amendment. So it'll go mining, and this phase 1 stays the same. Phase 2 adds the ground exactly adjacent to Harvest Moon Drive on the east side for development and leaves mining and reclamation behind. Phase 3 is reclamation and that development on the rest of the property. Phase 4 is reclamation on the north side of the road. So the difference between phase 3 and phase 4 is on north side of the highway, it's being mined. On the north side of the highway in phase 4, it's reclaimed on the city ground. And at the end, it's a reconfigured land use. So the concept plan is for annexation number 1, and the only thing that's changing is what's happening south of the highway. So the city property adjacent to the river, no change there. So that is not changing as part of this application. There's a condition in the concept plan amendment that asks for, because concept plans set forth density, it's a little different than a like a land use application that has a range. So because we don't know exactly what's going to happen when that property develops, we asked the Planning Commission to allow for it up to a 25% increase in the overall density allowed on the concept plan through a staff process. If we don't do that and we have 10 more units or 20 more units or whatever that is, we'd have to come back through the process and amend the application. So the concept plan that's in your packet that will be at the public hearing has that addition in it. So Planning Commission thought that was a reasonable condition and put that as a condition on the application moving forward in their recommendation to the board. So it allows a little bit of flexibility so that we can respond to the market if there's more units without a blank check that says as many as you want. So it's a limitation on the number in addition that's what's on the concept plan. So that's that piece.
Okay.
Rezoning. So existing zoning shows it all as a PUD. The first rezoning takes the piece adjacent to Harvest Moon and changes the zoning from plan unit development to mixed use corridor and residential mixed neighborhood. So that's the first rezoning, and the rest of the property stays as PUD. The second rezoning takes the remainder of the property and makes it a mix of single family and mixed neighborhood. So in the end, everything south of the highway and east of Harvest Moon Drive will be zoned for future development, not as a PUD, as straight zoning. So it'll go through the regular development process. Preliminary plats will go back to Planning Commission. If there's something that council needs to see, if it's a conditional use or anything like that, it would come forward through the process, but it allows the application to go through the standard review process under existing zoning as opposed to plan unit development. The development plan amendments are the same idea. We're doing it in phases. So you remember that when we did Costco, we took a portion of the final development plan, which included annexation number 1 and annexation number 2. So to take Costco out of the mix. And so this takes the rest of the ground south of the highway out of the mix in 2 phases. Everything north of the highway, the rest of annexation number 1 and all of annexation number 2 won't change as a part of this application. The only thing that's changing is what's south of the highway, east of Harvest Moon Drive, west of 119th Street, and north of that, the little residential neighborhood along Quail Road. And it's in 2 pieces. And again, that's to respond to the 2 phases. So the first phase of the amendment would be to take the piece next to Harvest Moon Drive out, because that's what will be mined and reclaimed first. And the second amendment will take the remainder of the property out of the PUD. So when this is done, the final development plan will not include anything south of the highway. It'll only include everything north of the highway as it goes forward. That's the big picture.
Okay.
So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know our stellar planner is right here with me. And again, that's the 10-cent tour. don't want to take up too much time, but if there's anything specifically you would like to ask about, we're here to answer questions.
Councillor Popkin.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you for that brief overview. There's a lot of material in there to get through, and reflects a lot of work and thoughtfulness, I think. I just had a couple clarifying questions for today. When you're referring to that more flexible, can you go back to the map where you had like the new version of the extended mixed neighborhood zoning?
These?
No, one more back.
This?
Yes, this one.
Okay.
So when we're expanding that proposed mixed neighborhood, that orange in the center there, you were alluding to something there of what, like the next phase of what was that again?
We actually laid out the size of that to allow the True North project, which was house pad when it came through the process, to flip across the street. Do we know that's going to happen for sure? No, but we wanted to make sure there was enough land to be able to
allow
do
for
that.
that as an option.
To allow it as an option.
So that would be an even more north project or something,
But
even
whatever-
truer north,
whatever it
whatever.
would
But
be.
the plan
that-
is to make
the
that.
combination of attainable and
Yeah.
affordable housing that is for purchase was the goal for that.
Gotcha. And that's in concert with some of the initial city thinking as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And then the condition language. Can you go back to that was worked on with plan and zoning? That seems like it seems like it allows for reasonable flexibility. What I wanted to ask about here is when you're any increase in so the 25% is the total density amount allowed on site. So what if that is exceeding the current zoning that we're rezoning it for? Can that jump into a new type of zoning?
You'd have to rezone it.
Okay, so it's 20.
It's 25% under the requested zoning as allowed. And, in the zoning category, it's a big number.
It can be, in mixed neighborhood, it's what, 6 to 18
Right.
units?
And so
there?
the land use table has a number. And
Okay.
because it's a concept plan, it's a fixed number.
Okay, so
And
it's a flexibility within the current zoning.
And within
On-
the
yeah.
density as outlined on the table on the concept plan.
That's what the 25% refers
That's the
to.
25%. I mean, you'll remember that there was a project I remember on the west side of town where they wanted 2 more units. They had to amend the whole
Sure.
concept plan to do that. We're trying not to do that.
No, I
Use
understand.
up
I just wanted
resources.
to make sure the public understood that this isn't
Yeah.
going to suddenly bump it into a new category of zoning. It's not going to suddenly jump from mixed neighborhood to multifamily.
No, it
Yeah.
stays as approved on the concept plan and the zoning and the table in the concept plan, which regulates density to allow plus 25. And if it goes over that 25, we come back through the process.
Great, thank you. And then my last question here is, I'm looking at the map here. The concept plan is, are we building some new lakefront properties?
No, all the lakes are in the floodplain.
Oh.
So think of the gift of the open space that will be as that property develops. And this is a landscape architect.
Yeah.
The trails around the lake, the habitat that the lake will give. I mean, they're lined ponds, so they could be water storage. Lots of things.
It depends on kind of.
But no building there. It's in the floodplain.
Got it. Thank you very
And the
much.
floodway, actually. So.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barb. There were a couple of things, and I've talked to Harold about these, and he explained them, but just for anyone else who's read these amendments, it was in section 3.1B that you were saying you were striving for 12% housing stock, and I'm sorry, 10%. And we have 12%, but Harold explained you pulled that from what?
So
can you?
Let
one
me
of
jump
you
in on
explain
this.
it?
So that's actually our document with Envision Longmont, that when we made the adjustment to the 12% on the affordable housing requirement, we didn't adjust it in that document.
Okay.
But the overriding ordinance is 12% for affordable housing, and in their documents, they're saying they will meet all our requirements, which means they have to meet 12%.
Every map has a note on it that was provided by our inclusionary housing group that says we shall meet the standard as outlined in the municipal code. So no question about it. In a perfect world, we get to exceed it, but the baseline standard is the code.
And since this is a charter, amending the charter, and I'm sorry, not the charter, the Envision Longmont, I wanted to make sure that that's stated correctly in the amendment.
Yeah, so if I can jump in, Envision Longmont is the overriding.
Correct.
Larger document. It's the ordinances that actually are the tools that really apply to these situations. And in this case, the ordinance says 12%. So
Okay.
even if it's, you identified an area that I gave to staff to fix, even if it's 10% in Envision, the ordinance is still 12% affordable housing. So you have to meet the ordinance requirement.
Okay. And the other one in 3.1.A, and I had a problem with the wording. It says prioritize. That's the word that I had a problem with. Prioritize the use of incentives for development within centers where amenities and services are more affordable. And
Again, that language is right out of Envision Longmont. And so the things that we are doing, that
Okay.
when you do a review criteria, this part of we goes to the comp plan and the documents and looks for ways that we are furthering the goals and policies established in the plan. And those are some of the things that we identified as, if this project goes forward as intended, they would support those specific goals and strategies as outlined in Envision Longmont.
okay. Got it.
And, you know, I think the other thing we all kind of forget is that Envision Longmont is a guide. The ordinances are the rules. And so even though the vision is a big picture vision that moves and changes over time, the ordinances themselves regulate development within the city of Longmont. So we're there.
You are. And
Jump in to add some context to the
please
Costco
do,
project.
yes.
So we've been making a lot of changes to this
Right.
area, and it started with, it was originally designed for mining. When the Costco project came forward, we had to start untangling all of the PUDs associated, excuse me, with mining. Even to the point when we first went in and we defined the area for Costco, and council may remember where we actually had property that we purchased for affordable housing, the first parcel, not the second parcel. When we actually created the second parcel, we were looking at a traditional affordable housing project similar to Ascent. When we decided that we could make a run at the for sale project, we had to come back in and change it again because it wasn't designed for that type of project. And so I wanted to give council some perspective of this has been an iterative process because when Costco came forward, we were moving fast and furious to meet their timelines. And I think we all knew there was going to be this ongoing process. And so I just wanted you to get a sense of even the things that we were directly involved in, we were having to go through the same process.
Thank you. And Barb, thank you for reminding me in particular that Envision Longmont is a flexible document, a moving document. And I needed this presentation, so thank you, council, for allowing it because of all the questions we get from the residents. That line that we're walking is very difficult. and so we needed to hear it for our residents as well, but for some of us who didn't understand it completely. Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Just two more questions. Sorry, I forgot to take notes on that. When we talk about Envision, or maybe it's just a comment. When we talk about Envision Longmont being a guide, parts of it are directly referenced in our code, though, when we're making decisions. So it is a vision. It is a vision for the community long term. But like some of that is directly referenced legally in our code as to like what we have to build to. So it is an evolve. Sure, it's meant to evolve with the community, but it also does set in place some specific things. And I think that distinction is important to make here because it does shape what we commit to. When I look at this, I mean, this is an unusual opportunity to like kind of shape a new, not just like a single development, but like a neighborhood, right? And so what I was curious, I know we're at an early stage of the concept plan, and I know we'll discuss this probably more when this comes back for second reading. But I was wondering if you could just share a little bit more, particularly for everyone who hasn't maybe dug into all of the details of this yet, as to how your team is thinking about the opportunity here. And what I mean by that is this is not just one parcel. This could be a whole neighborhood. How are we creating not just the next chunk of suburban sprawl, and actually like a neighborhood that is cohesive and fitting in and that has its own unique character and is really adding value here? Could you share a little bit more about kind of the thought process there so far?
In the big picture,
Yeah.
the goal was always to transition off this property from higher density to lower density till we get to the county open space across 119th Street.
Mhm.
So this neighborhood actually provides that opportunity. The other thing we really looked at was a diversity of housing types, and the mixed neighborhood gives the best choice to have maybe some patio homes, maybe some townhouses, maybe some small, different things that we don't have all over town. Not, and I don't want to say, this is not disparaging, but not another high-density, multi-story family thing, but different kinds of houses, different,
More flexible types
more
of-
flexible
Mhm.
and more, the opportunity, as we go forward in the world, houses are going to be smaller, lots are going to be smaller. Some of those things will change as we move forward, and you could see that on True North. Those are
Mhm.
little lots with really cool houses on them. And once we see those come out of the ground, it'll be another model for how we do a mix of units in a neighborhood, because that has both townhomes and single-family detached homes. And then because we have those lakes there, and we're trying to transition to lower density, the opportunity for some really cool single-family neighborhood that has a drainage that goes through it. One of those ponds will be storm drainage, and so there'll be a way for the drainage to get through the neighborhood and make a corridor that gets back to the ponds. And then up by the Costco corner, lots of people asking about what are we going to do there, and it's an opportunity for economic development. And that got shaped so that it worked better with the ponds and the accesses across the street from Costco, so that as it's more cohesive up at the corner as far as the shape of the processes. Does that help?
That does help. And maybe the last thing I'll just note is when we're talking about mixed neighborhood as a zone here, you've mostly exclusively talked about housing there, but other uses are allowed there too,
Other
right? Because
uses are.
I hear from residents as well, like, hey, can we have some small markets or retail or coffee shop like integrated into this so it's a little bit more of a fluid neighborhood and not just housing and then something else a few blocks away.
We're not far enough along in the design process to tell you
Of
that.
course.
The zoning allows for it,
Right.
and we've actually zoned it to allow for it, but
Right.
we really need to sit down with the design team
Mm-hmm.
and the constraints and everything and look at it as a unit and lay it out. And that will happen probably through a series of preliminary plats, so that the planning commission gets to look at the whole thing and what the uses are and that kind of stuff as we go through the process.
Great. Well, I'm
But we're not
encouraged.
there yet.
I'm encouraged to hear that you are starting. That thoughtfulness is part of the longer term plan beyond this stage. So
Has been since the property was annexed. We actually went
Yeah.
through a design process to figure out what it would feel like.
Mhm.
And we have some images that kind of talk about what it's going to feel like in the end. And it was about of the land and in the context of where that neighborhood is in Longmont, which is unique.
yeah, great. Thank you.
Following up on that conversation, this council many times has been discussing how our population is getting older and they want to downsize and need elevators if it is a multi-unit, or have the ground floor be walk-ins rather than having to climb a lot of stairs. And also for disabled people, if you want a diverse neighborhood, that maybe doors for wheelchairs, no front porches with stairs, things that a disabled family or person could live in. Keep that in your mental toolbox.
And you'll see that on True North as the units are developed. There are some of those that are actually specifically designed
Thank
for,
you.
for accessibility.
Thank you. Councilor Christ. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for your presentation. And just today, someone said to me, I wish there were more small patio homes for seniors, especially near green space. So thank you for addressing that immediately.
Okay, council, thank you, Barbara. There's no one else in the queue for questions, so thank you for hanging in there with our crazy council meeting tonight.
I just want to make sure I'm not taking up space.
You're not. So, council, when I called Harold this evening saying that I needed to have some kind of a presentation or Q&A with Ms. Brunk, I also asked him if we couldn't do that, I want to table this. So my question to you is, are we good for a motion to move on, or does anybody want to table it? Okay, you ready to? Okay.
Are you wanting a motion?
Counselor Popkin, a motion?
Not a motion. I was just curious. What's the thought process? What would we be tabling?
To get a presentation.
So we got.
But we got it tonight, so.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Okay. Counselor, Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Ferry. Oh, turn you on, microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So do you need a motion to move this? So I'd like to move, and do you want these done one at a time or as a lump? So ordinances for 6 land use applications to guide the long-term transition of the 209-acre Irwin Thomas Farm property, Irwin Thomas property, ordinances 1 through 5.
Second.
Right, that's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Fearing, seconded by Councilor Chris, to move 2025-50, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah. 56 through 60.
56 through 60. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. And again, council, thank you for allowing me to augment the agenda to do that. Now we're moving on to, yes, ordinances on second reading. If I can turn my page here to get to it. Darn it, where is it? So the ordinance is on second reading and public hearings on any matter. The first one is A 2025-52. This is a bill for an ordinance organizing the Harvest Moon Business Improvement District, providing for an election of the Board of Directors of the district, and approving the 2025-2026 operating plan and budget for the district. Are there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I'm going to, oh, hello. You just popped right up there. Grant, are you here for a presentation? Or just questions?
We can definitely just answer questions, but given the background, happy to provide some additional context. I'm mainly here to just give an intro. Other than, again, I think I broke the computer, which I'll try to get up here real quick.
I don't know what to do.
Easy enough. Thank you.
Yes, additional context would be great.
Perfect. Well, I'll just provide a very, very brief overview. Again, item 10A is an ordinance specifically related to the organization of the Harvest Moon Business Improvement District. The applicant has submitted a petition to establish again, a business improvement district pursuant to state statutes. As the applicant and the representative will go into more detail, this does differ from special districts that are further regulated under city code. So again, in this case, this is regulated under state statutes. The applicant, as well as their legal counsel, is present this evening, and I'll hand it off to them for a more in-depth presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jeffrey Erb. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm here to give you just a brief overview of the Business Improvement District. You do already have one in the city. I think it's down at the Fairgrounds LMF Business Improvement District. So we worked with staff and everybody to try to make this as similar to what already exists. in the city to help move this process along. So you already heard a little bit of the discussion about the area and the redevelopment plan that's going on. The business improvement district is connected just to the commercial part of that project. And right now it's largely undeveloped. There's a little bit of development in that area already. But to develop the commercial area, it will require public infrastructure to get put in, which includes street lighting, drainage facilities, traffic and safety, and all the things you would expect and would need for the development of an area. So what we do is we looked at that and we said, okay, well, what's the way that we can help make this happen? And to do that, we can organize the Harvest Moon Business Improvement District, and it can build those improvements, and it can also provide services in support of the commercial development that'll be on that property. It's important I want you to point out to you, it's commercial only. So by statute, bids cannot have residential property in them. So that will never be a part of the business improvement district. This will only ever be connected to commercial property that's within the bid's boundaries. A little more orientation on where it is. Really two main pieces of property that are going to be part of the bid. The red pieces would be in the initial boundaries immediately, and then we're calling it the gravel mine property would join the bid once it is rezoned as commercial property. Right now it's not zoned, so it can't be in the bid automatically. So that's where it will be located. Take a moment to maybe talk about the structure of the bid. It is a local governmental entity. It's just like the city. I think this is important, right? So it has a board of directors. This bid will be set up just like the one that's already in the city to actually have an elected board from persons located within the bid's boundaries. And because it's a governmental entity, it's subject to all the same rules, right? Transparency rules. So open meetings law, Open Records Act, same governmental budgeting rules, TABOR requirements for taxes and debt, and same for contracting and bidding of public improvements. So we'll have to go out to bid, bonds have to be issued to make sure that we get competitive pricing to put all of these improvements in place. So to pay for those improvements, again, just like other governmental entities, the bid will have the power to impose some taxes and issue some debt to help pay for these improvements. And it really does that through a pledge of property taxes or maybe some other fees or revenues that the bid might have to help pay for the infrastructure. It's in the end only able to issue the debt to pay for improvements that are public in nature and that are in support of the commercial development. So it's not an unlimited source of funds for anything. It is truly limited to getting the public infrastructure in place that is needed to make the commercial development a viable project. These bonds, these are not an obligation of the city. These are obligations of the bid only. So the business improvement district is the borrowing entity. The city's not on the hook. You're not obligated to pay for it. All the revenue comes out of the property that's located within the business improvement district. Didn't want to give you a super long presentation, so making it quick for you. So earlier to start this process, we submitted a petition to start this process. It meets all the statutory requirements. The persons that own the property and that will be paying the taxes are the ones that would like the bid to be organized. And this request to organize the bid and a description of the services to be provided was included. So tonight we're asking for the ordinance to be approved, and this will create the business improvement district. It'll approve the operating plan for this year and next year. And that's actually an annual process that'll happen with City Council. So every year the business improvement district will be back here submitting an operating plan and proposed budget for the next year that City Council will ultimately approve. And then designating the initial board of directors, and then we're targeting this November election that's just in 6 weeks to have the bid ask the questions on authorizing taxes and debt authorization from the electors in the bid. So this will all be in place to help support the development of the commercial property as we go forward. So other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
So do all the property owners agree?
They do, yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Oops. You just slip right in there, don't you? Councilor Popkin.
I don't have to be first. I was waiting to see if anyone else wanted to jump in. Okay. Building on, I mean, this is directly related to what we just, the presentation we just had. So I think that sequence, thank you, Mayor, for like suggesting that. I think that made a ton of sense for us to better understand this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when we're looking at the area that the bid oversees, that's the area zoned to mixed use corridor, correct?
I think that's what I was seeing on, but maybe Barb can help answer that question.
We can make this a
Well,
village
tag team.
enterprise, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
It'd be a zoning question. So
Yeah.
in the big picture, the first two pieces in the bid are the existing pieces that
Correct.
are on the Costco site.
Yes.
That are commercial property, that are already zoned.
Regional center.
Regional center.
Mhm.
When it expands, it'll be the property across the street that is the corridor.
The
So-
mixed use corridor.
Yes.
Thank you.
So-
So
and it-
good.
That's the two-step.
Yes, that makes sense. So I think what I'm curious about in particular is the intention of the bid is to basically fund public improvements and infrastructure, right?
That's correct.
That's where that direct revenue goes. And so then it's a question of like, what does that really mean? And so I'm wondering if you can share a little bit more of what I know it's an early stage, but like, what's the vision for this commercial development? Is it another parking lot and a couple shops? Like, what's the vision for how this is going to kind of play out there to the extent that at least in concept, is being thought about? Because that shapes the infrastructure. And where I'm getting at with this, and I'll just spell this out while some folks are thinking and coming up here. Under the zoning for mixed use corridor, one of the key characteristics is that it's served by existing or planned transit and designed to provide safe and clear pedestrian and bicycle connections between uses along the corridor and between the corridor and adjacent neighborhoods. And so we're just starting to see what those adjacent neighborhoods would look like. We know what the regional center is starting to kind of take shape with the Costco and the other surrounding properties there. But what's kind of the mix of uses and the infrastructure, especially from a transportation standpoint, that is going to really get at this safe, clear pedestrian bicycle connection and transit focus that's maybe different from the Costco parking lot.
Right. So we're getting more consultants to help
Excellent.
answer your question, but I'll say big picture, the business improvement district will be available to help build the streets and make sure that there's bike lanes or parking and pedestrian friendly trails or access or sidewalks, landscaping within this commercial area. So the bid can most certainly participate in that. But I'm going to pass it on for maybe some more detail about what might actually be there.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brian Williamson. I'm with TST Consulting Engineers.
Brian.
So we've been doing the concept planning for the area that's included in the Business Improvement District. So the first thing I'd like to say is that your staff does an excellent job of holding us to all those criteria. So as we work through the preliminary plat and the site development plans, all of those things get included. But we do have, we have been looking at like strong pedestrian movement throughout that. That's like a 15-acre site. Connecting it to the corridor on 119, and then really making sure that there's some strong connections back into the neighborhood from there. We have a preliminary street circulation that you can see in the, let's see if I can just go. So here you can see kind of actually, this exhibit shows can you guys see that on your screen? Yeah, okay. You can see where we kind of actually have done that flip of the True North project. So you can see how that fits in there with that major circulation coming down around. And then there'll be a ton more circulation that happens as the residential continues to develop over through there. So really, I think, we're looking at some more traditional commercial uses there, maybe some mixed use buildings similar to what's happening on the west side of Harvest Moon, but also possibly a larger anchor tenant, maybe some other service oriented. I'm not allowed to probably say a whole lot about who the actual users are, but I think there's some people who are very excited about the services that would be brought to this part of the town or the city.
Yeah, and I've heard that from many folks. So thank you, Brian. When I look at this, and I know this is rudimentary, I know this is early, but it looks very, don't take this as an insult, but it looks very traditional car-centric commercial development. And when I look at what this kind of zoning and Envision Longmont envisions, it's a much more robust transit, pedestrian, bike connectivity that maybe kind of could break away from that construction while still preserving the mixed uses that you have. Like, right, it doesn't have to negate the commercial uses. It's about how people are getting to this and interacting with the site and the other sites around it.
Sure, and you can see that we've kind of like kind of canted that to about 45 degrees off of north. So that, and the goal really is to keep the cars kind of in the middle of that and then have strong pedestrian and bike connections around the outside. So that those users are not conflicting as they're all trying to enter the site. There'll be multiple places for those bike and pedestrian people to enter from Harvest Moon where there's no vehicular traffic coming in for Harvest Moon. So creating some like sub corridors through that project where the pedestrian and bikes can come in, as opposed to the main entry that you're seeing kind of more graphically depicted there, that's for the car entry. So really pushing those boundaries, I mean, especially with 119 at the north and Harvest Moon on the east, no access for vehicles there, just pedestrians and bikes. On the east side, we have the ponds, right? So there's no access there for cars either. So really kind of creating that bubble with all those mixed transportation uses on the outside, and then pushing the cars kind of into the middle.
Gotcha. Thank you. Question for staff on this. What's the process here after we approve the bid? Actually, Brian, stick around for a second. Thanks. Once we approve the bid, or assuming the council approves the bid here, like what are the next stages of like how this would actually be brought forward in a couple of years or whatever it is, in terms of the review? Like, what's the engagement that we have on to weigh in on like how this is actually designed? Because I know this is early for y'all.
Right. So I think that's more of a design question, zoning question. So I will pass that back.
It's the standard city review process. Nothing gets built until we get to preliminary, site plan, preliminary plat, final development plans. All those things go through many layers of review inside the city. And council, Planning Commission makes most of those decisions as far as the land use things, unless it's a conditional use or something that needs to be elevated to council level. But at the staff level, all of those code things are part of the review process. And it's layers of approval.
That's helpful.
Yeah, so if I can jump in, the bid is really more of a financial tool.
Of course. But it's a financial tool for certain infrastructure, for an infrastructure investment.
Correct.
Right. Right. And that's, again, I know that's not tied to a concept plan right now, or it's not tied to a detailed set list of infrastructure, but like we're starting to think about what is that in service of.
So here's where it gets specific.
Only now?
The bid, if you had a trail and you had a bike path, the bid could only fund the bike path and the trail that's connected to the commercial area. It cannot fund the bike path and the trail that's in the residential area.
So could it fund an extension of the, let's say, south, like a sidewalk or a trail connection to the Greenway Trail that is on the south side of 119? If it's
yes, that's a public improvement. You're talking south of 119.
South of 119, but could it connect all the way into the east of where that hits? I forget what that street is. What is that on Google Earth?
Yeah, show me where
It's along. So there's a greenway along the south side of High 119 that goes down to the river, and then once it's built, it'll go under the river and across the way. The greenway system in this part of town is really superlative. I mean, you can get the whole south side of High 119, which gets you across the street and gets you into Dickens Farm. It goes south and it gets you over to the rec center.
So in short, you'd be able to fund connections into that
on the commercial property.
On the commercial property.
Yeah, in the end, all of the improvements funded by the business improvement district need
Have
to be
within that.
They need to be for the benefit of the commercial development.
Yes. Okay.
So that's, I know it's you're asking for specific, and that is the test. So of course it's very fact specific on what would actually fall under that bucket. And it's hard to know at this stage in the process.
Great. Well, I think I appreciate that. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I think this is a real opportunity to really think of this as a village within this part of the city, and I hope that this is in service of that.
Seeing no one else in the queue, thank you very much.
Great, thank
And
you.
I will open it up, the public hearing on item 2025-52. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on 2025 and 52 and ask for a vote. I'd ask for a motion. and then we'll vote.
Okay, well, yeah, I was trying to put my mic on, but, yeah, but I'll move it. Okay.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring and seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Let's vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. We are now at items removed from the consent agenda, and that is item A and item C. So we'll do it alphabetically. Item A. Councilor Christ. You want to turn it back on?
Thank you, Mayor. All right. So we're looking at the bill for an ordinance amending the Longmont Municipal Code on rates and regulations for governing electric service. I have a question in regards to 14.32.170 J.1 removes manual reading of meters. And so, but we've already decided to change and charge $24.65 to do manual reading. So it seems a little, I don't know. Are we doing manual reading or are we not doing manual reading? And if we are, maybe it's a little premature to change the language.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilmember Chris, Daryl Hahn from LPC. This was just removing duplicate language. So this language is already covered elsewhere in municipal code, so we just decided to take it out of this section.
Okay, so we're not eliminating the manual reading.
Correct, we're not.
Okay. All right, well then I will go ahead and move 9A, ordinance 2025-53.
Okay.
Oh, did you have other?
I did. It's been moved by Councilor Christ and seconded by Councilor McCoy to move 2025-53. We're going to wait for just a minute because I did have a question of Daryl as well. Yep, there he is. Daryl, as an explanation, can you tell me what the difference is between, explain what general NEC compliance and inspection standards to the home means to the resident, rotary versus AMI? Because it was stated, if I understood it correctly, that with a rotary meter, that the resident was responsible for, let me see if I can read it again. Is there any difference in that at all?
Mayor Peck, if I understand your question correctly, I believe there's no difference. This is really not about, the type of meter isn't really driving any difference
Okay,
here.
that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Mhm.
Let's vote. We already moved it, and that passes unanimously. The next one is C, 2025-55. Who pulled that one? Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Beck. I wasn't on council when this came up to council. I was on the planning commission at the time, and so I was wondering if council could share a little bit more of the thoughts of, or staff could share a little bit more of like the thoughts of how this kind of came into this moment. And then I had a couple other clarifying questions after that. So maybe I'll open it up to council and or staff, whoever would like to jump in first. I would love to know the logic on both.
Hello.
Good evening, Mayor Peck, Don Burchett, Planning and Development Services, Councilmember Popkin, members of council. We discussed this a little bit, but I'll just quickly go and give you a little bit of background. The council was approached, but I think it was right before COVID, to they had a request from citizens that were concerned about the review process for developments that were adjacent to parks, greenways, and open space. And we're asking the council to consider that they be the decision maker for projects that were having a major development application that would typically be approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission, for that to come to the City Council for a final decision. Those application types would typically be a conditional use site plan, a preliminary plat, and those really are the two main ones that do not come up to council, because everything else, annexation, land use amendment, rezonings, the things almost, I think that you checked every box tonight on the land use amendments that you looked at with the Irwin Thomas project, those all come to you, okay? And the Planning Commission in those cases makes a recommendation. And so the request was for those types of developments, specifically preliminary plats, conditional use site plans. The citizens felt that that should be something the council weigh in on when it's adjacent to one of those three types of land uses. The council at the time gave us direction to do and make the change. We brought forward the ordinance and council approved it. What I thought that I heard during the discussion with In-N-Out was that the extent of reach that we were saying was adjacent was too far. So when we came and talked to you all a few months ago about trying to get direction on how far is too far, what I understand happened while I was gone was that you settled on a local street. A local street is basically 61 feet of width. When you compare that to the Highway 119 example with In-N-Out, that was 155 feet of right-of-way. So not quite 100 feet, but you're around 90, if my math is roughly correct, difference. So I can understand the citizens' concerns. You know, this would be a change from what they had asked for previously. And so, you know, we're here to do what the council feels is appropriate. And I'm here tonight to answer your questions. And if you want to look at a distance versus a street type, which might be easier for people to understand, we could always make a change to that between now and second reading and have you consider that instead of a street type. And I can give you examples of what those widths are if you are so interested. So I'll stop there and answer any other questions.
Great, thank you. I would love to hear from other council members before I ask additional questions, so I'll reserve my time.
Well, how polite of you. Councilor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So the question I had for you, Mr. Burchett, was about collector streets, because those are actually local streets. They're smaller than most people realize. And I thought, oh, that's going to be kind of a short distance between green space and open space. And yeah, and then we identified one which was north of 66. But when the public came to weigh in on it, I didn't think about, with the way we're building, that the streets would actually grow near open space. So that was just looking at it from the other direction. So I would be interested in hearing what's distances you think would be appropriate from open space.
Councilmember Christ, what I would tell you is that our local streets, again, are approximately 61 feet in width. Our collector streets are between 71 and 75 feet. Our arterial streets, so think of Main Street, Airport Road, and Pace as an example, 120 foot of right-of-way. You could look at 100 feet. It's really what the council feels appropriate. I may feel that 61 feet is plenty, but that may not be what the folks that you represent feel is appropriate. So I'm here to give you some examples and hope that you can come to an agreement amongst yourselves as to what that distance should be.
Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Don, say again what the Highway 119 is, what the width of that is, 120?
155 feet.
155.
And that's exactly at the spot where the In-N-Out Burger is at. That's the distance from their property line to the property that the city owns.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would be interested in having Hover 287 Main, and 119 being what planning and zoning
Okay.
does, and the rest comes to council.
Okay.
Counselor Chris, no, I'm sorry, Counselor Popkin. Well, where'd you go? There were 3 on at one time. Mayor Pro Tem.
God, you want to be last. Okay, so I would like to, rather than naming specific streets, and I agree with you, Mayor, but if we had, so those distance, like the Hover, that would be more your 100.
Yeah, those would
that
be
100
arterial streets.
arterial-
120 are the full build-out widths of those, yes.
Okay, I would feel more comfortable having those, to that 100 plus go straight to planning and zoning, but anything shorter, small, the smaller distance, narrower, thank you. The words are hard tonight. To have that come to council. I think, there was a good reason why the public wanted these ordinance to be, or these permitting to come to council, that were adjacent to sensitive land. So I do want to continue to honor that.
But you did say that as the city grows, the streets widen.
That's correct.
So the wording has to be that because if the wording isn't specific to the existing width of the street. I'm missing something here,
No.
but what I'm envisioning is that as the developments grow, then the streets will widen, and that's not what I want to happen. Because then would those go to planning and zoning and not coming back to us if the wording isn't correct?
I think that's a slightly different issue, because what Dawn is saying, so the arterials are a minimum of 120 feet?
Yeah.
And so we have design standards for arterials in place. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that streets are going to grow. So as we're looking at multimodal transportation and different modes of transportation, the council, as part of Vision Zero and some of the other work, has also asked us to look at, for lack of a better word, the concept of a road diet in terms of how we're moving traffic through certain areas. And so I think if you looked at the widths that you're talking about, I think what you're saying is arterials and not collectors.
So I would highly recommend the council get away from using street type terminology and stick to a distance. And it could be the existing distance, not, if in my case, if I'm doing a development, I have to dedicate 20 feet of right of way, and now I'm outside that distance, it could be the existing, not the future, but the existing right of way width that exists at the time of the application. So what I heard, at least a few of you say, was 99, well, let's say less than 100 feet of right of way that exist at the time of application, council wants to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
If it's greater than that, the planning commission would go ahead and review it. So if there's 4 or more of you that feel that that's a way to do it, we could obviously do that. But I would get away from using street type and go to a distance that we can measure and say, you do not meet this. You have to come to the city council.
Oh, okay.
That would be my recommendation.
You've done this before, huh?
In another life, so.
So 2 of us have brought this up. Is there anyone that would like to talk about it or confer, or as we're giving direction? Disagree? Agree?
I agree with 100.
Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So, Don, thank you for sharing that perspective and that approach as well. Was the reason that staff brought up, again, I wasn't on council at that time, so was the reason this was brought up in terms of type of street or type of road, because that was the direction at the time to explore that versus a distance approach, like just figuring this out better? Is that why that was originally brought back to us?
You know, it's a term that we use a lot, right? But unfortunately, sometimes when you think about it, a term that I use might mean something to me and be a little bit different to you. And so for clarity standpoint, if you're asking my professional opinion, I would go a number because it's measurable. And if we ever change nomenclature, such as a minor arterial, a major arterial, and an expressway, is that a highway? You know, there's these questions, but if you have a distance, we can all agree that we're going to use the measuring tool on ArcGIS and measure the right of way, and it's either is or it isn't.
You don't have a debate of what's
you don't have
the what's in a name debate kind of situation.
Exactly.
Okay. I just want to make a broader comment. We've had some fairly substantial proposals that have come, at least just in the months that I've been on council. A lot of different development, but other issues as well that have come up. And the more issues, the more types of reviews that council asks for, the more items get added to our agenda that otherwise the planning commission would handle. And so from this isn't saying that there isn't a council advised review process that the planning and zoning commission would handle many of these. And so I think we just want to make sure that whatever distance or approach we take here balances what the real sensitivity is that maybe we're managing with the amount of work and effort that would go through. So just wanted to flag that, because otherwise you could have a lot of things still come before council that may not need to overall. So if the distance approach is easier to abide by, I think I would lean towards that personally.
Councillor McCoy?
Well, I don't know where people are at, but it is getting late. And if people are done discussing this, I would encourage us to look at council option 2, that we look at 100 feet as the distance for or width for council to weigh in on it, and more than that for planning commission to weigh in on it, if that is as clear as mud.
What Don Burchett said.
Can I jump in for just 1 second? Mayor?
Please do,
Thanks.
Jeremy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Terrell, Assistant City Attorney. Councilor McCoy, just so I understand your thoughts or the beginning of the motion. So right now the sentence currently reads, a property is considered adjacent if it is separated from the city-owned park, greenway, open space by a local street right-of-way, period. That's the current version of the ordinance. So what I'm hearing is it should read, it is separated from the city-owned park, greenway, open space by less than 100 feet of right-of-way.
Perfect.
Correct?
No.
No, less than it would come to us.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? Councillor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I'll keep this brief. I guess I'm wondering why 100? Where like, I think maybe Don tossed that out as like an example of like you can do a numerical distance-based approach, but I'm wondering, is there either to Councilor McCoy or to Don, like, is there a rationale for why a specific distance would make sense from an adjacency standpoint? Because that's really what the policy is that we're deciding and ideally grounding that based on. So I'm just wondering if there's a logic to a certain particular adjacency distance.
What I would offer for the council to consider is I think what I've heard from the discussion tonight is that you feel that Highway 119 and our arterial streets are the point at which you believe it kind of is far enough away that there's not an impact from development on the other side of that right of way to a property the city owns. And being that the standard is 120, This gives a little bit of flexibility for you to have a existing right-of-way that may not be expanded yet and still come here for council to look at and determine if there's an impact. But if it's developed at 120 or greater than 100, then the planning commission would decide it. So it's a distance that's not quite equal between arterial and collector street rights of way by our standards, but it's pretty close. It's one way to look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Let's vote.
Is this a motion to amend?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say. Do you have the direction you need?
We need, we need the motion to amend the ordinance at 100, and then we have to have a motion to approve the
amended
ordinance.
ordinance.
Approve the amended ordinance.
Okay,
This is the
so
amendment.
let's go back to the amendment that Councilor McCoy made that,
Mayor, this is the amend motion that is on your screen.
The live meeting. Oh, you have it.
I do.
The vote hasn't completed. A couple of people have not voted. I haven't wrapped this vote up on the amend.
Okay,
So I'm lacking Mayor Peck. There we go. Mayor Peck, did you vote?
No.
That's all I'm lacking, and then I can close this vote to amend.
I was just trying
Thank
to
you.
figure out what was amended. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Don. Now we need a motion. I move that we move 2025-55 as amended.
Second.
That was seconded by Councilor Christ. Let's vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, that was the last one. And now we are going to go to, what are we doing here? General business, 2026 proposed budget presentation and first public hearing. I'm gonna go get some water. Say welcome to our finance team. I'm just going to jump up to get a drink. Teresa, just get started when you're ready.
Control L. Isn't there a sticky note on the monitor?
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Sandra Cifuentes, Budget Manager. For our 2026 proposed budget presentations, we're going to be covering the topics you see on your screen. We have an update on the ridership and utilization numbers that were included in your packet that we wanted to bring your attention to. Then we have Sandy here tonight who's going to be covering the airport fund budget summary. We will also look at the 2026 proposed financial policy changes. And tonight, in keeping with our requirement to hold a public hearing on or before October 1st, we will be holding our first public hearing tonight. We have also advertised and will be holding a second public hearing on October 7th. So for the ridership and utilization numbers, a couple weeks ago or a few weeks ago, Councilmember Popkin, you wanted to, or you requested additional information on the ridership and utilization numbers. These were included in your packet, so you may be familiar with this table here. But since then, we have received some new information from one of the providers via Mobility Paratransit. The 2024 amount that they included on their information, the $74,094, that was for all of Boulder County. So it was higher than it should have been. So the corrected amounts and the updated information is on your screen now. So the 2024 Longmont only ridership amount was actually $27,973. We just wanted to make you aware of this and have highlighted here tonight. And with that, I will pass it on to Sandy.
Thank you very much. Mayor Peck, members of council, the other Sandra of this budget presentation. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, and I'm here to talk about the airport expenditures. At the July 22nd meeting, Mayor Peck made a motion to bring back the expenditures and have some understanding about the airport pro forma, which we said that we would bring back as part of the budget presentation.
Thank you.
Let me go through a little bit of what Sarah DeValier had helped us to prepare. So first of all, here are some numbers about the airport budget summary in general, including the total proposed budget, what that increase was, and the key drivers to that increase of $80,000. Part of that was the administrative transfer fee. One thing I want to just mention about the administrative transfer fee is because I think people get confused as to what that means. When airport operations do things like get a paycheck or pay a bill, there's lots of us behind that are doing that kind of work. And so this is the airport's share of essentially the general fund services that are servicing the airport or the needs generally from shared services. And so in this particular case, and I think there's been a couple of questions about when was the administrative transfer fee changed, and I think it was in the 20 teens, where the city council decided instead of having the airport pay 100% of their administrative transfer fees, that they would just pay 50%. This policy has swung in different ways over time, but the city council at the time really felt like there wasn't enough money to be able to put up matches to the federal grants, the FAA grants that were out there. And so the way that they handled that was by requiring 50% of the admin transfer fee to be paid from the airport. So when people say that the airport is not paying its way, that's technically true, but it's also the policy of the council to only require the 50% of the admin transfer fees there. So there was an increase in professional contracted services. Levi and I have been talking about some ways to be able to reduce this in the future. We've gotten some assistance from our fleet friends to potentially eliminate a couple of maintenance contracts that are happening out at the airport. But for right now, that mowing and maintenance is really important to make sure that the airport is in good shape. In addition, like you'll see in almost all the funds, there is a fleet operating and maintenance cost, an increase based on the incredible jump that we saw in how much vehicles cost, as well as catching up on our inventory and our maintenance numbers from the fleet side. And then finally, an increase in personnel and operating costs. This is a pretty normal sized increase because, of course, the pay plans increase and so do other operational expenses. So that leads to an $80,931 change in the budget from last year to this year. Yeah.
One of the things that we saw and this is going back historically, so when you talk about the ATF and Sandy talked about the fact that it's paying checks, it's human resources, it's those issues. It's also legal services and our time and other things that we're dealing with. So for example, during that period when we were in the Part 16, I think we actually had conversations with the council at the time about augmenting how we were paying for those legal bills, because that was thinking about Eugene, we were in the 6 digits in terms of the cost for the legal fees associated with that Part 16. And so I just wanted you to know that that administrative transfer fee can adjust. We're a year in arrears on the ATF, in that we look at what is the work that we did the previous year when we allocate our percentages. And so in a year where you have a lot of legal costs driving it, then that shows itself the year after the legal costs come into play. Also, that is including time from, for example, my position, Sandy's position, and the staff that are dealing with that. So as you see the type of work, the ATF will change.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, the other thing that I think sometimes folks ask is, how is the admin transfer fee calculated? Like, how do you get to those numbers? And it does depend division by division. I can give you the example of in city manager's office, there are several things that determine the admin transfer fee. One of those is that Harold and I, and soon Jen, will be laying out how much time we've spent with each of the different departments, and that's part of it. So as Harold said, when airport takes more time, airport gets charged more as part of that administrative transfer fee. But we also look at all kinds of things. How many articles were in the newsletters? We look at how many minutes the city council spent on different subjects. It's a very, I would say, thorough process to ensure that we are charging our departments appropriately that year in arrears, as Harold mentioned. Yeah. The other thing is that I think we have always talked about the idea that enterprise funds pay their own way. The airport enterprise is close. So I'm going to show you some data. The airport enterprise is close until you start looking at some of the capital investments. And so I'll show you a couple different performance there. The only thing at this point that the airport is not really paying for operationally is the other 50% of the admin transfer fees. It is also part of FAA guidance that, and they try to strive that airports also pay their own way. So this is very aligned with what the FAA says as well. Okay, so let's take a look at it. This is the 5-year pro forma, the 5-year budget projections for the airport. This shows balanced expenditures and revenues. When you're looking at the revenues, you have taxes, charges for services, interest, and then miscellaneous includes the hangar leases. So that's why that number is so big, is because that includes the hangar leases. That gives you your available funds and the operating funds that match. And so in this budget, these things are matched. Over 5 years, you can see that for the most part, with the exception of the admin transfer fee policy from the council, the airport is paying its own way, and those expenditures are matched by operating expenses. I mean, by the revenue that's coming in. Where the big gap comes in is if you look down under unfunded projects, there's a lot of unfunded projects in the CIP, and this doesn't allow for that kind of match money. So when a grant does come up, we try to ensure that we appropriate it out of the fund balance. You just saw this happen with the taxiway grant that we just received. And so Harold and I asked for budget staff to kind of take a look, for Sarah to take a look at what would it look like if we laid those costs into the pro forma. So that's what this one looks like. This is a 5-year pro forma that basically shows the same kinds of things, where you're getting your revenues and where you're spending your expenditures, but also includes a portion of that CIP in there. And you can see pretty quickly that the ending working capital, or the airport fund, really doesn't hold on when you take a look at the capital side, the capital needs of the airport. Oftentimes people will say, well, why aren't we building more things, and why don't we have, more nice amenities at the airport? Well, part of it is because we don't have the money to do it, right? And which is, I believe, why you are looking at landing fees and have directed the staff to bring that back after we consult with the Airport Advisory Board. So this is what it looks like, an updated 5-year pro forma with the capital projects included. Let me show you the next 5 years. This is the next 5 years after that. So when we think a little bit about the revenues from the airport, there's lots of different things that we can do. We'll bring back some options for that along with landing fees, but certainly the landing fees, how the leases are laid out, but there's also other opportunities for revenue that we'll be taking a look at. And so this is when people say, well, is the airport paying its own way? This is where we start to run into operational difficulties. It's when it comes back to the infrastructure. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure, does everyone, because I know this is going fast and it's small, but these airport capital projects are, I would say, not dictated by the airport master plan. They are more dictated by what are the maintenance needs of the airport to keep it safe. And that process is something that Levi runs along with CDOT and the FAA. There's some regular meetings with them to determine what's the next capital project that really needs to happen in order to maintain safety at the airport.
Excuse me, do you want questions in between, or do you want to go
Sure.
through all of this?
No, it's not very long. I think, in fact, I only have one more slide.
Oh, go back to the other slide then.
Okay, great. Yes, go ahead.
Councilor Popkin.
Thank you. Just not even a question, just more of a comment. Thank you for this detailed walkthrough so far. What I heard at the last airport advisory board meeting is that a bunch of board members would appreciate having a little bit of a sense of the financial picture too. So hopefully, now, whether it's now that we have this or as we were assembling this, we can include, it would be, I think, ideal if we could include this information in a future packet there.
I believe we'll be talking, in fact, we would have talked about it, I think, at the last meeting.
Right.
And Melinda tried
Then
really
I
hard
believe
to get a
that's
quorum.
fantastic. Thank you.
And so we'll be talking about it at their next meeting. In addition, what Levi and I talked about was just kind of a month-over-month expenditure report. Jennifer, why not, produces that for Levi, so why not include it in the packet so that people can see how the expenditures are going month over month?
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So just to kind of summarize, the current revenues don't cover the expenditures over time. The fund is relying on those grants, and the grants are amazing from the FAA. I've never seen grants that require a 5% match. That's pretty, there's a lot of investment from the FAA and what happens with these airports. And then, obviously we start to go negative in 2029, depending on what kinds of capital we end up funding. And the average shortfall is not huge. It's 25,823. That's not a huge number. But there are some options and some things that would need to take place in order to fill that gap over time. And if you include the average shortfall, if you have the capital needs, it's 106,650 year over year. Again, it's not a huge amount, but it is something that would need an additional revenue stream. So when we bring back the landing fee recommendations, the plan at this point is for us to set up several different opportunities for how the city council may look at landing fees, as well as, legal analysis. Once the council decides which direction, we'll check that with the FAA and make sure they're comfortable with that. I certainly heard Councilmember Popkin's motion around the saturated pattern. We'll be bringing that back on October 7 because the Airport Advisory Board did create that idea. I believe it was Melinda that created that idea, and so we'll be bringing more information about that in October as well. So just as a reminder, Airport Council direction thus far, and this is not necessarily in order of the motions that you all made, but just kind of how we're working on stuff. This first one, understanding airport finances, this hopefully concludes that direction. And again, we'll give this to the Airport Advisory Board as well. And then landing fees, we'll be bringing back landing fees once the AAB has a chance to weigh in. They had given a direction earlier. They had submitted a direction earlier, but without this understanding. So how you set the fees is kind of dependent on what the deficit is that you're trying to pull together for capital infrastructure. So we felt like they needed that information before they could solidify their recommendation. Emergency procedures and communications, the AAB has looked at that once. We'll bring that back as soon as they approve or change up what Levi has presented. Voluntary noise abatement program, this now goes along with Councilmember Popkin's motion, so we'll bring that information back on the 7th. And then lease language, unleaded fuel, and some other stuff. So,
I like the other stuff.
Other stuff, yeah.
Sandy, if you can go back, I think, so the budget questions for council in this, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the 25,823 is really the ATF.
That's the ATF, that's the unpaid portion of the ATF, right?
So council could either direct us in our financial policies to continue with the 50%, or council could direct us to do 100%. The delta in that's the 25,000. On the other side, when we look at the capital needs, that's a little bit different, because on the capital side, you do have the ability to say, yes, we're going to do this project, or no, we're not going to do this project. And so that really is the tool that we use on the capital side, which is not unlike what we do and all of our other enterprise funds. If you can go back, I'm just want to touch on this because there were some questions this weekend at Coffee with Council.
This one or the one before it? Okay.
Let's start here. And so when you look at, what's in place, so what we're saying is that we also have a requirement with the FAA, as they talked about, to maintain the safety issues. And so that is what Sandy's talking about when we discuss what do we actually need financially, which ties directly into what you gave us direction to look at, is just additional revenue sources. And that's what they're working on. There's been some questions about, so what if you didn't take any other grants? And we've kind of talked about this with council before. We still have a requirement to maintain the airport for 20 years. And so when we talk about what would we need to do in that case, is we would then have to start filling these capital gaps, and the operational gap that would be created in terms of our the funding that we get on an annual basis. And so when we talk about how big that gap can be over time, what is the FAA annual contribution?
It's about, it changes from year to
It depends, yeah.
So you can see when we talk about how much then the general fund would have to start bringing in over time to offset some of those costs.
Thanks, Harold.
Even though grant assurance is, I know that's the way we have to go, and it's a good deal for the airport. Can you tell me on the unfunded projects, TRP 12, what was that one for?
Let me see.
Do you know what that grant was for?
For that one.
So,
Come on up. I feel like it's the overall everything.
Oh, it is?
Grant, but yeah, go ahead.
that's kind of the correct answer, is overall
Okay.
everything. So that's kind of the way it's been set up in the city system since I've gotten here. As TRP 12 is kind of the project for the airport that these grants go to, that then we bring whatever project that year's out of. So it's always kind of TRP 12. So recently that's then been the apron rehab project and the taxiway alpha rehab project are the two that are ongoing right now.
And they're generally rehab projects, right?
Almost
Levi?
exclusively now.
And what would, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I think one year when we had to do, for security reasons, the fencing project came out of that, the fencing gate project.
Yeah, so that was a few years back, and then we actually just completed that this spring. It was the completion of the wildlife fence, and that was a FAA priority, so they diverted funds towards that. Yeah.
So does each grant have a sunset on each one? And that's what I would be curious as to, and how many grants, kind of like bond assurances. Do you get to a point where they're not going to give you any more grants because you have so many outstanding still?
No, it's all entitlement funding. As part of the NIPIAS, the National Agreement Plan of Airport System in the United States, are covered by acts of Congress that give us entitlement funding. So it's pretty set, kind of the money that we get. The individual grants that are written themselves, of course, they have a creation date, and there's a point where they're closed out. But as far as what funding we get as part of the NIPIAS, it's pretty much continual every year, entitlement funding.
But the reason I asked that, for example, if one of these grants, I'm just going to use examples, I don't have the dates, was taken out in 2016 and another one in 2022, et cetera, and we don't know when they sunset, are all those interest rates combined into one huge interest rates? I mean, how do you know when one is done, the interest is not being paid on that grant any longer? That's what I'm wondering. Because that would bring down the expenses and let you know in your budget, can we take out another grant that size with that kind of interest and be able to pay it back?
I guess I don't believe that we're
We don't
paying
pay
interest on the grants.
These are
Oh,
grants.
okay,
Yeah.
that's what I didn't
They're
understand.
not loans.
And it's sort of like CDBG, so CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant Program, there's entitlement communities and you receive a kind of a funding amount, and that's sort of how Levi is describing it. The other thing to know is that the FAA won't begin to pay out on any of the grants until the work starts.
Mm-hmm.
So they're a little stricter about that piece. And I think that's probably how they hold that accountability, is because it does take a little while to go to RFP and to get a contract signed, to
Right.
get work going, and they won't pay any of their portion until the work has begun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that explanation. Matthew, Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you, Levi and Sandy. I think this has already been very helpful context for me and hopefully others as well. A couple clarifications. One, Sandy, could we go to the next slide when we talked about the upcoming council actions?
Yes.
Yes. So I just wanted to clarify that the motion today on the saturated pattern policy wasn't related to voluntary noise abatement program. That's related to safety of operations.
We're still going to bring some information.
Oh,
back
you
on
can
it.
bring it. You
Yeah.
can bring it in a package with all of this. So I just wanted to clarify for you and the public that was not about noise management. It is about safety of operations.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yes.
that clarification.
Thank you. And then you had mentioned also from a process standpoint, we had a couple items coming back on October 7th. Was landing fees on that agenda or not?
No.
Okay.
We need the airport advisory. I mean, the direction from council was to get the feedback from the airport advisory board. They did offer a landing fee suggestion, but without having the expenses, it feels like that's not, like they should understand the same thing the information that you're getting here tonight. So we'll take that back to them at their very next meeting, and then we'll bring it back to city council directly after that. So at the October 7th meeting, we do have some information about VNAP that we'd like to present to you. The voluntary noise abatement program, as well as the recommendations from Airport Advisory Board on the saturated pattern policy.
Okay.
So that's what we'll bring back. And if there's something else that we can bring back, we will.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then if we go back to the budget here for a second, when we were talking about rehab and those types of projects, and then Harold, you mentioned the fence situation. Like when we have emergency infrastructure needs, or maybe emergency is the wrong word, but when we have like acute infrastructure projects, where does that money come from? Like I'm not really looking at a whole host of flexibility here.
Well, the first thing, there's not. And
Okay.
so there's not a lot of flexibility. So we would go to the fund balance first. And then depending on the situation, if the fund balance couldn't cover it, then we would actually come back to council and give you options in terms of dealing with the situation. We would also approach the FAA. There are funds that they do have for emergency type repairs. And so what it would do is if we could get some grant funding from CDOT or the FAA, then what that would do is just draw down further on the match component of the fund balance that we have. If we can't get an FAA or a CDOT grant, then we would come back with different options to council in terms of how we could undertake that, but that would really be borne on the back of the general fund.
Gotcha. So anytime we would go to, okay, let me rephrase this. If we were trying to fund like something new and fresh at the airport and actually like upgrade something there, like that's not just a rehab project, like we would likely lean on a state or federal grant for that, right?
Correct.
And so if we're going to them for rehab or short-term funding needs, does that reduce our, pardon the pun here, like political capital or working capital from a relationship standpoint there, or access to others, or are those completely different pots of money?
Go ahead,
I can
Levi.
talk a
It's
little
a
bit
more
about
collaborative process.
It
than that,
is.
so
It's a very, very collaborative process. So yearly, we have ACIP meetings, so airport CIP meetings, and we sit down at a table with the federal government and with CDOT, and together we determine, okay, hey, here's your airport. Hey, we as these people are giving you these grants. Here's what we see as priority. So that's pretty much all the projects we got going on right now. So the ramp rehab, the taxiway office, these are your things that we have to divert this dollars to first. Now, if we ever reached a point at our airport where we were getting that entitlement funding and hey, everything was great, then we can start talking about potential projects that are likes to have instead of have to haves. But we're well within that realm of have to have projects currently.
Right.
Plus, I would mention that there are additional grants, like, for example, this year CDOT has some unleaded fuel
Yeah.
grants. Well, that's an upgrade for us and something the council directed us to look at. So
Yeah.
Levi plans to apply for those grants on top of kind of the entitlement funding that we get.
And of course, discretionary grants are always another category beyond that, and that would qualify as a discretionary grant. And of course, we apply for everything that comes across the board. On
Oh, right. That's what I was
discretionary
trying to get at. Like, are we limiting if we have to do more rehab requests? Are we stepping into the discretionary, or are those separate entities? It sounds like they're mostly separate.
For the most part, it's
considerations.
separate entity. Usually, we really tackle hard those must-haves when we're doing those CIP meetings, and the discretionary grants are kind of the ancillary things that are the float out. For example, there was a discretionary grant we applied to last year, but we didn't get, which had a focus on green, on improvement, on energy efficiency, and I put in a grant application for converting our lights to LED instead of the old school incandescent ones. Unfortunately, we didn't receive that grant, but that was kind of on its own. Hey, we got these extra dollars specifically for this type of project that we applied to.
Okay.
And of course, which grants we're applying for, the priority comes from what the council is looking for from us. So the fact that you all mentioned the unleaded fuel transition is something that we're actively looking at.
Not here, but the last city I worked in where we had an airport, your ability to provide match, your ability to get a project done, all of those things actually come into play, because sometimes they'll get to the end of their budget cycles, or somebody can't fulfill a project and they need to spend it. And it was not uncommon for us in that
To jump in.
no, they would come to us.
Oh, interesting.
And they would say,
As long as you get the match.
Here's the money that we have available to do this type of project. And they knew that we were ready for it. And so it was, there were a handful of occasions where we were bringing items in front of the council at that time within a week or so. So we could grab those FAA funding, that FAA funding to do it. So to your point, yes, there is a space where it's connected to the better you are in terms of your safety issues that you're dealing with. Sometimes that, to Levi's point, when you get further down the road, that actually positions you for other funding.
In other words, having some flexibility.
Ability to do
matters.
it. Yeah. And when you look at revenue, I think we've gone through the budget process, and you've gone through water and wastewater and electricity and all of that. And it's a very straightforward look. We're saying, here's how much revenue we have coming in under our existing rates. Here's our expenses. Here's what the inflationary pressures are. Here's what we need to do to our rates so that we can cover the expenses associated in that fund. It's a little more challenging when you're getting into this. And so, for example, and not that we're proposing anything at this point, but just as an example, when you go into lease rates, the FAA says, we want you to do a cost study of what the leases are in the area. And they want you to be in that range. They also want you to be fully funding your operations. And so if we took a pure look from an enterprise perspective on this one, what we would actually say is, here's the gap, here's how we need to adjust all of the rates in order to cover the gap, but you have an additional level of review that you have to go through with the FAA when you're taking that approach.
Because sometimes they're not all the same.
Right.
So that concludes the information about the airport expenditures. Next up is your financial policy. So this is the space in which that admin transfer fee is located. So I'll turn it back over to Sandra.
Thanks, Sandy. So we are going to go over the 2026 proposed financial policies. We are going to, staff every year looks at the financial policies as part of the budget process. These do need to be adopted by council by resolution that's scheduled for October 28th. And they do become effective January 1st of the budget year. So in this case, January 1st of 2026. A complete list of the policies and proposed changes can be found in your council packet. That was on attachment M. And tonight we're just going to highlight some of the major changes that we're proposing to existing policies where the intent of the policy changes. Any minor changes that don't change the intent, we're not going to be discussing today, but certainly if you have any questions from that attachment in your packet, let us know. We would be happy to answer those. So we are adding one new policy into the policies. We have the broadband utility reserve. This is a new policy. It was not there last year, and this just sets a reserve for the broadband fund. I won't read it, but if you have any questions, let us know. The next set of policies, these are updates. So these are existing policies. We're just making some modifications. On this one, on the incremental development revenue, the policy itself is not changing, but the implementation statement that follows that policy is. You may recall from a meeting earlier this month, we talked about increasing the number of dwelling units from 200 to 300, and so this change would do that. The next policy is the public educational and governmental access television services. This change or proposed change is just to simplify the policy. Rather than paying based on budget, this would allow us to pay based on what is received. This next policy adds additional verbiage that would allow employees working from home that have a remote work agreement to use surplus items. So this was a proposed change from purchasing. This general fund reserve, we're proposing to remove the need for a supermajority of council to pass an ordinance when using a portion of the reserve classified as committed to emergencies. So you can see it crossed out there in blue. Any use of these fund balances require council to pass an additional appropriation ordinance, and per our city charter, ordinances do not require a supermajority of council. So this change just helps align the policy with the city charter. The franchise fee from broadband, we are changing this and increasing the percentage from 1% to 4%. This is something that was discussed earlier during budget presentations as well. And it does help close that gap in the general fund with increased revenues as a result of this. And then lastly, the electric utility reserve. We did include this in attachment M, but missed pointing this out and calling it out on the council communication. So we wanted to make sure we made you aware of this. Council's direction to bring forward proposed electric rates included an adjustment to how the city calculated the electric utility reserve. And so this proposed change will require a reserve of at least 60 days of operating and maintenance costs, excluding the cost of purchase power.
Sandra, can I ask a question?
Sure.
How much money is that? 60 days of maintenance and
That's a great question. I would have to
operating
look
costs.
into it.
I'm just curious, what does it cost a month to run this city?
I think Becky's looking into it.
Becky's, oh, there you are.
It's about $6 million.
6 million.
Okay. That's great information, so I can give to the residents when they yell at us.
So that summarizes the updates on the policies. Are there any questions on any of the ones that we didn't cover?
Councilor Chris.
Thank you, Sandra. And thank you, Mayor. So I've been wondering about this IDR change from 200 to 300. What is the advantage to having employees not be, I forget what the acronym stands for. Sorry. It's 10:30. What's the advantage? And then also, is there more of a commitment from the city in terms of you know, now these are solid employees and they have to be, sorry. They have to be retained or repurposed if there is like a reorganization. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm wondering what the advantage is to moving them from IDR if we very rarely go below 300 and especially not 200 permits per year. Why make the change?
Mayor and Council, Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer, are you asking what is the advantage of changing from 200 base permits to 300?
Yes, that's the direction. Yeah.
Okay, so Mayor and Council, the revenue derived from the base permits is part of our ongoing budget that essentially covers current development services needs, their current budget. What we were finding is that historically, as you mentioned, we rarely have ever dipped below or to that 200 level, even below the 300 level.
Right.
And so changing from 200 base permits to 300 base permits gives us the revenue from that additional 100 permits to cover their ongoing budget needs. Anything above that can only be used for one-time expenses, or we are using it for ongoing expenses, but those are expenses that are subject to being reduced once we fall below that level. So essentially what we are doing is using additional revenue from the 100 permits to cover their base budget, essentially.
Okay, but we always have that money so far.
So I think some context in this is I think this policy came before I was here, but as a result of the 2008 crash. And so there was, I think, more money from development revenues being utilized for ongoing operating expenses. And so this policy was put in place so that you wouldn't be in a position in the event that there's a significant crash to where you have these expenses that are development related and the revenue is gone down dramatically. What we found in evaluating the information and looking back in terms of when have we gone below 200, there was, I think it was 08. And it was like right at 200.
Right at 200.
But we're fairly confident that we will not drop below 300. And we're also seeing some changes in permitting in terms of we're seeing fewer single-family detached homes built and more attached homes built, which is adjusting the numbers. And so this is really a mechanism that is put in place so that you do not become overly reliant on development revenue, where then if there is a crash, that it starts cascading into the general fund.
And so my question is, why change that? Because that is a break, you know, in case something were to crash. But you're still using the funds in that, you're still using the extra revenue in that same fund.
But we're using it to offset the ongoing expenses, and so
So you can't use it for full-time employees?
Correct.
Is that it?
For the ongoing side. Otherwise, they would be subject to the same requirement. And part of that gets into another conversation when you look at that world in general. We tend to talk a lot about, and this is a major revenue source for that work, is the larger building projects that are going on. A significant number of the permits are not those. Those are water heater inspection, roofing inspection, small electrical permits, and things like that. So one of the reasons we were trying to drive many of those positions into the general fund is because even when you have a crash in, let's say, these larger housing markets, That doesn't necessarily mean that you have a corresponding reduction in work, because so much of the work is driven by smaller permits in the system. They just don't generate the revenue that the larger projects do.
And they're not as volatile.
Right.
So it really is to hedge against that volatility.
I think I still see it the opposite direction than what you're looking at it. So I'm trying to understand your point of view, because because you have to have full-time employees in that. I mean, is there?
It's not necessarily. I think it's related to the broader general fund expense. We have to attach that cost to them. We attach it to those employees. And so the general fund's pumping in a lot of money into the employees that do the work. We're just not utilizing the full development revenue coming in to hedge against creating a bigger problem in the general fund should the market crash.
And if the market crashes, it's going to hit the permitting area.
If yes, it could.
Okay.
Yep.
So then what are you going to do with the employees? Keep them in the general fund?
That's why we've been incrementally, prior to the last few budget years, trying to bring them into the general fund when we had revenue capacity. We have just had some really bad budget years where we weren't able to continue that.
Is there any advantage to the employee?
I think it's more related to the work that we're performing, because in the event that we lost the revenue, those positions are, so when we look at the IDR and what we're spending it on, we have one-time funds that we use IDR for. We have, and so we would start by reducing the one-time expenses to try to manage down and not touch the positions. But if it got bad enough, then you would actually dip into those positions, and then we would have to be evaluating what is it that we do, and coming back to council with a different conversation.
Well, this is what puts the fun in fund accounting.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I think I see where you're coming from. So that's all the questions I had about the policies. I do have one other suggestion when we're going to talk about the public hearing. I think it's a public hearing thing, unless you'd like to hear it now. Doesn't have to do with your policies. So I don't know what's next. Do you have something else to present?
Nope, it'd be the first public hearing.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just segue gently to say that I was thinking about this because we approved the LDDA IGA. And one of the things that's on their budget is the wayfinding, which only goes in the LDDA area. And when we're looking at the Sundance Festival, I think it's important that we have more wayfinding throughout the city, particularly at the perimeters, pointing them into the city. And I'm wondering if there's room in the budget to add a city portion for wayfinding.
Yeah, why don't you take that, and then.
Thanks, Mayor Peck, Councilmember Christ. There is a CIP budget for wayfinding for the rest of the city. That's $50,000 each year in the CIP. So we just haven't really activated that, particularly, over the last couple of years, small projects here and there. But
how much does 50,000 buy, if you don't mind me?
It's a good amount of signage, you
Okay.
know. So,
And so for the total project of everything that Kimberly has planned, how much is that going to be?
That's a good question. I think we're still collaborating about what that means. And we have so far, and we've worked with the DDA on their wayfinding, and so we're getting ready to push the city side of all of that. But the city does have funding, ongoing funding in the CIP for wayfinding, and so we can certainly take a look at that.
So I think 50,000 in 26 and 50,000 in 27.
Plus whatever we've pulled over in the last few years.
So we've had some carryover funds. We also have so I have a contingency that we can use if it shows itself. The one thing that we're starting on the wayfinding conversation is signage is an interesting world for us right now. So we have gone from a point where we used to make our own signs internally, and then the cost structure shifted to where it was less money if we went and purchased it from somebody that made signs. And similar to what we're seeing actually that we saw in the custodial world is the economics is starting to shift. So Jim and I have started having conversations about, does it make more sense financially for us to start stepping back into that world, which will then actually allow the 50,000 to go further. And when we're looking at signs coming into our community, then if it is on CDOT areas and other things, then we have to work in partnership with CDOT for the right approvals in terms of where it's located. So we're actually starting, we've started that conversation, I think it was about a month ago, of where are we really envisioning signage. Also lets us get potentially a little bit faster in replacing signs, and so we're starting that conversation now.
Hey, Harold, one other thing I would mention is that we've just been discussing this with our brand new transportation planning manager, Cammie Edson, and she's getting her arms around what does that mean and what does it look like, and she's definitely prioritizing this on her list of new things to be working on.
Nice, thanks.
Yeah, and my frustration is I drive through town and see signs that don't look great. And so it's a different CIP. And I think that's the other thing in wayfinding. It is also embedded throughout different budgets. So when we do a park project, there's a wayfinding component and the signage component associated with that project. So there's also funds embedded in projects and operating budgets throughout the city.
I see Mr. Angstad looking at me. I can't tell if he's pleased or saying, stop. We just finished with the roads, right? And they do look beautiful. So it's CDOT then that would have to decide for the, like when we're talking about the gateways into the town, those are usually...
Yes, they have to approve. So the signage that you see when you're coming in, the rocks with the river, Sandy spent a considerable amount of time not only building the design of that, but then working with CDOT in terms of location, placement, what it looks like, and in many cases had to actually work with private property owners so that we got it out of the CDOT right away.
Thank you. All right, so glad to just open the conversation and keep talking about this.
If it's okay with council, since you teed up the conversation, council's been talking to us about, well, what about Sunset? And our Sundance, not Sunset, Sundance. And so we are fortunate that we have two people on staff that have dealt with very large events similar to Sunset, specifically the Aspen Food and Wine Festival. And that would be Jen Uten and David Hornbacher, who both came from Aspen. And so David and Jen are starting the work of building a team internally to look at those issues. And just to prep you for what's coming on this, one of the things that they told me that Aspen did is when Food and Wine Festival happened, they stopped capital projects during that period of time to not impact folks. And so it is going to force us into, not force us, we will be rethinking how we operationalize many of our capital projects to not impact. They're going to work with Sarah at Visit Longmont. Sarah is the primary contact in terms of that. So the team is coming together, and then also there's cross-county teams starting to be built in terms of working on that project. Think of public safety working with each other, city managers working with each other, because there's going to be many different variables related to that event.
I lived out of state at a place where in January and February they had a Let's Wine About Winter event, and all the businesses participated. You bought the glasses, and you collected your glasses of wine. So anyway, it was fun.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It gave us a lot of information that we'd never seen before. So thank you very much. We are now on, we need to have the public hearing on this item.
Right.
So I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience that would care to comment on 2026 proposed budget presentation? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Second.
Yeah, what is this motion? Adopt?
No.
We'll bring that later.
Okay.
Never mind. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were. I am.
What is the motion?
No, we don't have any.
I don't think there is a motion. No.
Got it.
So like at the end of most of our budget presentations, we do ask if you guys have any other questions, comments, or anything additional that you'd like us to bring in a future agenda.
No, I think we're good. You told us what you were going to bring, and it's great. Okay.
Yeah, we've got work in the morning.
Yeah, Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Beck. I just have 14 questions. I have one question. Regarding the administrative transfer fee, we talked about that with regard to the airport before, but in terms of how that is calculated across all of the other funds, I guess it's two parts. One, how unique is it that the airport is splitting with it? Does that happen with a lot of other departments that's share, like it's split 50% or a different percentage or not? And then the second question, I'll ask both and you can answer however you want. How is the overall, and this relates to the email exchange, Teresa, that we had over the last 2 days, how is that calculated on a kind of a fund by fund breakdown? Because when you shared those numbers, they were very wide ranging.
Yeah. Councilmember Popkin, Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer. So let me answer your second question first, I guess. So it is calculated very much the same way. It is all based on the services that are provided to each of the funds. And as Sandy mentioned, those services can be calculated in a number of different ways depending on who it is that's providing the service and what that service specifically is that's being provided.
And so the model that you referred to in our email is the model that factors in those different inputs.
Yeah, correct. And so yes, it can vary from year to year, depending on the fund and the level of service that that fund requires from the general fund support. And so then it is the model sums it all up to provide an overall fee to the utility funds.
And then in terms of the 50% split?
Yeah. And so the airport is the only one that is not paying their full transfer.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Teresa, Public Safety Fund? What? Well, so we do not charge the Public Safety Fund, and we do not charge the DDA at all. The GID pays an administrative transfer, but the DDA itself does not, because that is has been laid out in the DDA's IGA, and that was a council decision years ago to not charge the DDA. The Public Safety Fund is not charged because well, essentially, when the Public Safety Fund tax was put in place, it did not allow for the administrative transfer fee.
So I guess the answer to your question is it's not common, but there are other funds for different reasons that don't pay it.
Right, okay. But of those that do, the airport is the only one that is paying a portion of it.
Right.
Thank you, ladies, our finance team. We are now at the compensation review for employees appointed by council, and I have 3 motions to make. The first one is a repeat of this morning. And, it felt like this morning. The first part of the meeting. I move to compensate the city manager at 101% of the market for his position, or $342,347, consistent with the city's philosophy on compensation. In addition, I move that we give the city manager 120 hours of additional vacation or the commensurate pay as exceptional pay. Can I have a second? It's been seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Any discussion? Let's vote.
And it's 120, let me just make sure. 120 hours?
I'll read that again. I move that we give the city manager 120 hours of additional vacation or the commensurate pay as exceptional pay.
I just want to make sure I got it.
You did. And that passes unanimously. The second one, I move to compensate the city attorney at 101% of the market for his position, or $279,303, consistent with the city's philosophy on compensation. In addition, I move that we extend the city attorney's severance to 18 months and also give the city attorney 120 hours of additional vacation as exceptional pay. Seconded by Councilor McCoy. Is there any discussion? Let's vote. And that carries unanimously. I move to compensate the municipal judge at 101% of the market for his position, or $219,501, consistent with the city's philosophy on compensation. It's been seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for hanging in there with us. Harold, Eugene, and Judge Frisk, wherever you are. And I am glad that I mentioned at the very beginning, even though it was a horrible mistake to read that out loud, but that the city manager's position also was the director of LHA. So we are now at City Council. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, final call, public invited to be heard.
The Mayor Peck, members of council, Scott Storr, 229 Grant Street. I've just handed on a little bit of a handout. The Councilmember Popkins spoke a little bit earlier about the airport saturation, numbers of planes or what have you. I suggest we take a look at what's already exists within the city documentation. We're doing this for safety reasons. The boundaries are already in place. You'll see this by the map that gets passed out. The size of the pattern has a direct impact on the surrounding community. What's currently happening is not the pattern. The pattern's supposed to be half-mile to three-quarter-mile turn downwind and then circle back. That pattern has a direct relationship on, or direct impact on the airport influence zone, and what they're currently flying is well beyond the influence zone, not just well beyond the pattern, but well beyond the influence zone. So if we're gonna talk about a saturation thing, it should be the number of planes that fit within the existing pattern that's already prescribed from the city. If you look at that document that I gave you, that's from 2011. So it's been here for a while. It's great to see. Let's just pay a little bit of attention to what already exists, and I think we can do this. Flying beyond the pattern. Airport manager has the tools to provide you with an overlay of the current flights. So have the current manager give you a little printout of what those patterns are that they're currently flying, compare them to what this chart is, which is half mile to 3/4 mile out and about. Just overlay those two things, and you're going to see how egregious this problem is. So let's just fly within the pattern. We can all live a happy life. Thank you. And Sandy, greatly appreciate the detailed presentation on the airport side of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Is there anyone else? Seeing no one else that would like to come to final call, public invited to be heard, I will close that, and we'll move on to the mayor and council comments. Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I'll be quick. I was late to the soft opening of the Nordstrom's rack today at Harvest Junction, but it will be opening Thursday, the 25th of September, and it looked like the community is really embracing it. So it's nice to have another store for purchase of clothing and stuff.
Councilor Christ.
Thank you for mentioning the Nordstrom opening. I was there right as the doors opened. Okay, so it was in our minutes from last meeting, and I just wanted to mention about T.G. Lewis. I don't know if you all know him, that worked with LPM, and he came to talk to us about how great LPM is. And he's done so much for the community. He's really shared his talents, especially later in life, and he was killed in a motorcycle accident. So, yeah, last week.
He was looking forward to that vacation
I
as
know,
well.
I know.
In Kansas.
Yeah. So I just want to have a fond memory of him and say how much he had done for the city and how much we appreciated him.
Thank you for that. Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck, and thank you, Councilmember Chris, for that note as well. I just realized I left out one piece of context that I wanted to make sure was on the record for the e-bike work, and Harold, this just reflects our conversation that we had yesterday. But for that motion, it doesn't change the motion that we made, but in terms of timeline for responsiveness on that, probably be a dip in use in the winter, and I think we will see it pick up come the summer. And so I think you and I had talked about if it was feasible for staff to kind of come back, at least with the phase 1 implementation strategies, by kind of late spring.
Yeah, that helps from a workload perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Mayor, Council, I just wanted to say thank you for your vote a few minutes ago. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure working with each and every one of you.
Tongue in cheek.
No, it is. It is. It is a pleasure working with each and every one of you. I think having an organization and a council where we can be creative, thoughtful, is rare today. And it brings enjoyment to me as one of your staff members, and I think everyone in place. But I'd be remiss in saying that we have a phenomenal team. I have a phenomenal team behind me, and what we're able to do is really more of a reflection on them than it is on me. They're great. They're willing to do whatever it is we need to do. So this is also a thank you to my team. Because I know I've worked with a lot of people in my career in different locations. This is the best team that I've worked with, and I worked with an outside consultant that the other day was here, and he said, this is probably the smartest group of folks, and he works with hundreds, if not thousands, of cities that he's seen. And so thank you to the staff. It's also fun working with them. So wanted to say that. Thank you.
I agree. We've got a great staff. Oh, yes? You never have a comment. I don't. City Attorney.
Quick comment tonight, Mayor. I want to echo a lot of things that Harold said. I really, truly feel lucky to have this job and work every day to improve the community in which I live. And that's really a privilege that I truly enjoy. I think Harold and his team are awesome and make my job easier and harder. But I think together we do a great job through teamwork. And then similarly, I think my team is the best. City Attorney's Office in the Front Range, they're really starting to grow and gain experience and confidence and are able to work independently and support a huge range of work here at the city. And so just want to say thank you for your vote of confidence. And, you know, I love this job, working on it. Maybe not 11 o'clock at night sometimes, but.
I really like your team as well. They're very fun to work with. Always smiling, which is a good thing. So, seeing nothing else, can I have a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? We are adjourned.